Chapter 33-37. The great spear of destruction in his hand exploded with dazzling light, turning into a fire lotus that enveloped the yin-yang lock. Boom! The yin-yang locket was shattered by this destructive force. Had it been dodged? Countless exclamations sounded. The Vermilion Bird Palace people's expressions changed. Yan Nanshan's heart also sank. Damn it, his opponent had dodged it. To be honest, although he didn't want to admit it, he couldn't defeat his opponent if he couldn't lock his opponent's strength. The Theurgies of the Theurgies were extremely powerful. In the past, he could casually use any one of them to kill his opponent. Whether it was the body of the Thunder God, the sun and moon splitting sky, or the finger of destruction, they could all easily kill his opponent. Even if he were to face a sage, 2 or 3 of them would be enough to deal with him. But now, he had basically used all that he could. There were still some Theurgies that he couldn't use because his cultivation wasn't enough. He was only going to cultivate them after breaking through to the sage realm. It seemed that he could only go all out. Hongwu splitting sky, hidden immortal returns. The aura on Yan Nanshan's body exploded to an unbelievable level. The 9 Theurgy runes revolved around his finger as he pointed forward. This point wasn't aimed at Lin Xian, but at the 9 heavens. Boom! A huge hole was instantly pierced in the sky. It was pitch black as if it was connected to the outer universe. Everyone could see the faint twinkling starlight inside the pitch black hole. At that moment, the 9 great Emperor runes were floating in the black hole. They were bobbing up and down like 9 stars. They were shining with dazzling light. Below, Yan Nantian kept forming hand seals. The 9 Theurgy runes above him spun quickly, connecting to form a star atlas. It was extremely mysterious. The star atlas rolled and bloomed with light, outlining strange Dao runes. A terrifying and vast aura spread out from it. As soon as the aura came out, all living beings in the 9 heavens and 10 earths trembled. Below, countless people were pressed to the ground, their bodies trembling. Long Xiaotian, Xiao Wuliang, and the others were the same. They resisted with all their might, but many cracks appeared on their bodies. The 3 sage clones screamed crazily and hurriedly opened their saint domains to resist. The people of the Vermilion Bird Palace were also heavily injured. Those elders couldn't hold on at all. The 2 great sage people's expressions changed drastically. He opened up his saint domain like a madman and said, "If you don't want to die, get out of here." Everyone retreated madly. 10,000 li, 20,000 li, all the way until they were 50,000 li away. Only then did they stop. However, even with that being the case, that frightening aura still caused their bodies to turn ice cold. What's going on up ahead? This place was already a bit blurry, but the 2 great sage cultivators were very powerful. Using a formation, the scene in front of them was immediately projected. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the sky. They saw the star atlas churning with a powerful force. Even Lin Xian felt as if he was facing a great enemy and quickly retreated. He placed the spear of great destruction in front of him, and the terrifying sword Qi formed a lotus flower that enveloped him. On the other side, Yan Nantian was not in a good state either. His body was also cracked, and he even spat out blood. Clearly, it was still too much for him to use this ability at the moment. Although it's a bit exhausting, you're dead for sure, kid. I don't believe you can survive this attack. Yan Nanshan's cold voice was heard, and he laughed. At the same time, the expressions of the people in the distance changed. Even Lin Xian's pupils shrank. This was because he saw something appear in the star atlas above. It was the shadow of a pagoda. It was very blurry, and only the shape of a pagoda could be seen. However, the aura emitted from it was too frightening. Is it the desolate pagoda? Lin Xian was extremely shocked. This feeling was as if he was facing the desolate pagoda of the Jade Lake sacred ground. However, the desolate pagoda was an extreme weapon. Damn it, could it be that Enchanting has an extreme weapon? Sure enough, the three sage avatars in the distance screamed crazily. This aura surpassed a sage weapon. It's an extreme weapon. Damn it, does Enchanting have Emperor weapon of Emperor Hongwu? What, Emperor Hongwu's extreme weapon? It was rumored that Emperor Hongwu had a terrifying extreme weapon, the hidden immortal pagoda. Could that pagoda be the hidden immortal pagoda? The moment this was said, everyone was stunned. An extreme weapon was the strongest weapon in the universe. It was the exclusive weapon of a great emperor. Even if a great emperor died, an extreme weapon would not disappear. Some extreme sage truths had extreme weapons, but they did not expect it to be in Enchanting's hands. Everyone swallowed their saliva. Some even wanted to run away. Once an extreme weapon was used, it could definitely pierce through this world. If it was stronger, it could destroy the entire Suzaku planet and turn everything on it into ashes. No one doubted it. Damn it, do we really have to let that guy turn the tables? The dark red dragon clenched his teeth in anger. Although he had been comprehending the heaven puzzle and had set up a peerless formation around him, it was impossible to use such a formation to resist an extreme weapon. However, one person only frowned and then sneered. An extreme weapon. However, it was not a real extreme weapon. It was just an illusion formed by a wisp of aura that was summoned from the universe. The one who spoke was Yen Ryu. At this moment, her body was emitting a mysterious green light. There seemed to be a terrifying force in her body that was about to explode. However, it was controlled by Yen Ryu. As soon as she said that, everyone around her was stunned, especially the two sages and the three sages' clones. They all cried out in surprise. It was not a real extreme weapon, but an illusion that was summoned. They carefully sensed it and then screamed. It was indeed the case. This news caused a huge commotion. It seemed that the hidden immortal pagoda was not in Enchanting's hands, but in a corner of the universe. At this moment, Enchanting had used Emperor Hongwu's peerless spell to summon an illusion from the extreme weapon in the corner of the universe. However, even though it was only an illusion, it was still extremely terrifying. That was because the three sage clones and the two sages present all acted as if they were facing a great enemy. Even if they faced it, they would not be able to stop it. They could only run away like crazy. An illusion. Golden light flashed in Lin Xian's eyes. He naturally saw that the blurry pagoda was not a real weapon. Kid, don't be arrogant. Even if it's the illusion of an extreme weapon, it's not something you can stop. So, you can die now. Enchanting's hands suddenly moved downward. More cracks appeared on his body, but he did not care. He revealed a hideous smile. Chapter 33-38. This attack was too terrifying. The entire ancient battlefield trembled violently, and many large cracks appeared on it. One could imagine how terrifying the surrounding forces were. Lin Xian's sword Chi Lotus instantly shattered. Lin Xian also kept retreating. He felt great danger. The Nine Suns' divine fire on his body was suppressed, and even cracks appeared on his body. Golden blood once again floated out. So terrifying. This should be your final trump card. Lin Xian saw Enchanting spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. He knew that Enchanting must have used a peerless divine ability by force. Thinking about it, this should be the strongest divine ability that Enchanting could use at the moment. Thinking of this, he let out a roar. So what if it was an illusion of an extreme weapon? He had fought against a true extreme weapon before. Hidden Immortal Pagoda. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a piercing cold light. Then, the dragon sword spirit flew out from the great destruction spear and quickly condensed in front of him. Lin Xian, on the other hand, let out a roar as he sucked in all of the formless energies from all directions into his mouth and infused them into the great dragon sword soul. The dragon sword spirit's light became even more terrifying. It was incomparable. A loud dragon roar shook the 9 heavens. At this moment, the dragon sword spirit's appearance was also changing. It also turned into the shape of a pagoda. It was incomparably exquisite, and there was even rust on it. However, the aura it emitted was also extremely terrifying. What is this? After the dragon sword spirit transformed into a pagoda, the aura immediately swept through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The martial artists who were watching from afar changed their expressions again. They felt as if their hearts were about to be crushed. Impossible. Could it be that this guy also has an extreme weapon illusion? They were all stunned. However, the northern monster, Yen Ryu, and the others all cried out in alarm. The reason for that was because they recognized what Lin Xian had transformed into. The ancient Desolation Pagoda. This was the extreme weapon of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground, the ancient Desolation Pagoda. As expected, Yen Nantian also recognized it. The ancient Desolation Pagoda. You think you can transform into the ancient Desolation Pagoda? Can it be compared to my hidden immortal pagoda? You're overestimating yourself. Let me tell you how terrifying an extreme weapon is. Yen Nantian roared. Everyone heard it. What? What the successor of the 9 suns had conjured was also an extreme weapon. Before they could figure it out, a shocking collision occurred in front of them. The hidden immortal pagoda and the desolate pagoda, the 2 illusions collided. The 9 heavens and 10 earths were collapsing. The immemorial battlefield immediately cracked open. Lin Xian and Yen Nantian were also sent flying backwards, engulfed by the torrent of energy. Retreat quickly. After retreating 50 million miles away, the crowd retreated again until they were 80 million miles away. Only then did he look ahead. They waited for about a day, but the energy in front of them still hadn't dissipated. It was still chaotic. No one dared to approach him. Even the saints could not see through him. It was only at this moment that they began to wonder why the successor of the 9 suns was able to conjure the ancient desolate pagoda. Furthermore, that power was so terrifying. Could it be that the divine dragon behind the successor of the 9 suns also had a powerful weapon? Thinking of this, everyone was shocked. The people of the Vermilion Bird Palace had extremely ugly expressions. After waiting for another 3 days, the violent energy in front of them slowly dissipated. In front of them, there were already sounds of intense fighting. Lin Xian and Yen Nantian were fighting again. Chapter 33-39. However, Lin Xian was not afraid at all. Flames filled the sky and his killing intent was extremely powerful. What? Is the Vermilion Bird Palace trying to break the rules? You want to interfere in the final battle? That's where everyone's attention is. Lin Xian sneered. The others were also in an uproar. That's right, this is the battle of the final rankings of the Vermilion Bird leaderboard. The battle between the 2 will determine who is first on the Vermilion Bird leaderboard. But now, a sage is interfering. Is the Vermilion Bird Palace cheating? Humph. The Vermilion Bird Sage snorted. A battle is a battle. Who allowed you to kill? You can't kill. What a joke. Lin Xian sneered and waved his finger. Suddenly, the illusion of the Vermilion Bird Palace Master speaking appeared in the sky. That was the rule that the Vermilion Bird Palace Master had mentioned. In this battle, any means could be used and killing was allowed, regardless of life or death. The appearance of the illusion was obviously a slap to the sage's face. The sage's face darkened and his body trembled in anger. Suddenly, two divine consciousnesses flew out of the sacred realm and turned into divine light that pierced forward. However, Lin Xian used the great spear of destruction to cut them in half. Lin Xian's eyes were like rainbows as he looked into the distance. He knew that it was impossible to kill Yan Nantian this time. Moreover, he did not plan to kill him so easily. Therefore, he said loudly that he wanted someone to interfere. This meant that Yan Nantian had lost. I've won this battle. Now, who else dares to fight me? Lin Xian did not pay attention to these people. Instead, he looked at the participants below. When these cultivators felt Lin Xian's gaze, their scalps went numb and they all shook their heads. Lin Xian looked up at the sky. All right, the first on the Vermilion Bird leaderboard is mine. He waved the great spear of destruction and shattered the 9 heavens. Lin Xian's aura rose to the extreme and no one dared to look him in the eye. Even the sage standing opposite him frowned. Behind him, Yan Nantian's figure appeared in the sacred realm. At this moment, he had completely recovered, but his face was still extremely cold. He stared straight ahead. When Lin Xian saw the other party, he laughed coldly. What's wrong? A coward who only dares to stand behind a saint. Do you dare to come over and fight to the death? Absolute your sister. Yan Nantian almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He wanted nothing more than for the 2 Vermilion Bird sages to attack and kill the other party. However, even the Vermilion Bird Palace wouldn't have the face to do such a thing in front of so many people, right? If this were to spread to all the swords in the heavens, they would be utterly humiliated. Therefore, he could only snort coldly and refuse to reply. At this moment, the dark red dragon below sneered. What was going on? Was the Vermilion Bird Palace a sore loser? Now that victory and defeat had been decided, could it be that he still wanted to renege on his debt? That's right. If I knew this was going to be a competition like this, I wouldn't have come either. Northern Demon also shouted coldly. Immediately, the surrounding people began to discuss. Many people were already hostile towards the Vermilion Bird Palace because their disciples had been thrown out by the Vermilion Bird Palace. He had long been dissatisfied. Now all kinds of talk are going on. Palace Lord, what should we do? The elders of the Vermilion Bird Palace quickly asked. They didn't know what to do about the situation either. The Vermilion Bird Palace master's face was terrifyingly dark, but there was nothing he could do. He said that the successor of the 9 sons had won this round. When he said that, everyone was in an uproar. Northern Demon and the Dark Red Dragon, however, laughed. Yen Ryu also revealed a beautiful smile. However, Yan Nantian's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. He didn't say a word. The other participating prodigies also sighed and shook their heads. It seemed that they hadn't expected this result. The final winner wasn't Yan Nantian, but the successor of the 9 sons. Who else is not convinced and wants to challenge me? Lin Xian's voice was sonorous as he looked at the remaining participants. The remaining participants all shook their heads. Even Yan Nantian wasn't a match for him, let alone them. Since you don't want to challenge me, I'll be the champion of the Vermilion Bird leaderboard. Do you have any objections? Everyone shook their heads. No one had any objections. Lin Xian smiled in satisfaction when he heard that. He raised his head and looked at the Vermilion Bird Palace. Could they announce the final result now? Nonsense. You're the only one on the Vermilion Bird leaderboard. What's the big deal? The rankings of the others haven't been announced yet. Oh, is that so? All right, let them do it then. Lin Xian looked at these people. However, Northern Demon and Yen Ryu shook their heads. I've decided to withdraw. I'm not interested in participating either. Other than the two of them, the rest of the participants also gave up. To be honest, after watching the battle between Lin Xian and Yan Nantian, they felt very frustrated. So what if they were in second place now? They knew that they were still no match for the two of them. They were left far behind. This despair made them lose the mood to fight. It seemed that they didn't want to fight, so it was better to announce the results. Lin Xian looked at the Vermilion Bird Palace again. The elders were so angry that they vomited blood. The Vermilion Bird Palace master was also gritting his teeth. He swore in his heart that he would find a chance to kill Lin Xian. However, at this moment, Yan Nantian spoke. How arrogant! As expected of the successor of the 9 sons. Furthermore, he's the successor of the Great Dragon, right? Don't you think so, Lin Wudy? Yan Nanshan's words surprised everyone. However, his words were even more shocking. The news was like a thunderclap that resounded in all directions. Everyone was stunned. What did he say? The successor of the 9 sons or the successor of the Great Dragon? What did he call that person? The successor of the 9 sons was called Lin Wudy. Heavens, wasn't Lin Wudy ranked first on the Abyss leaderboard, on par with Di Ling? So, he was the successor of the 9 sons. Exclamations and discussions sounded. If Yan Nantian was right, then this matter was too serious. They finally knew why Lin Wudy was so terrifying. It turned out that he was the successor of the 9 sons. However, some people screamed because they felt that another piece of news was even more shocking, and that was the successor of the Great Dragon. The successor of the Great Dragon, the successor of the Great Dragon Sword. Heavens, that was an inheritance that was even more terrifying than the 9 sons' inheritance. They didn't expect him to obtain it too. No wonder he could defeat Yan Nantian. Some people were at a loss at first. What was the successor of the Great Dragon? However, when some of the older generation figures and living fossils spoke, they were extremely shocked. The Great Dragon Sword, one of the 5 swords of the world, had actually appeared. These people went crazy. They stared at Lin Xian with fiery eyes. This was a legendary offensive saint art. Didn't they see that he used the Great Dragon Sword to defeat the successor of a great emperor? If they could obtain it, their battle strength would probably increase greatly. Not good. The expressions of the Northern Yao, Yen Ryu, and the dark red divine dragon changed. Damn it, this guy actually leaked Lin Xian's secret. In fact, this wasn't considered a secret. Almost everyone in the true spirit world knew that Lin Xian was the successor of the 9 sons and the successor of the Great Dragon. However, Lin Xian was the palace master of the Immortal Palace back then, and there was a level saint behind the Immortal Palace. Lin Xian even had a good relationship with the Jade Lake Sacred Ground and the Yi family. At that time, who dared to touch him? But now, it was completely different. Lin Xian left the true spirit world and stepped on the ancient starry sky path. Chapter 3340. There were countless powerful cultivators on the ancient star path, and the large sects and families were as numerous as the stars in the sky. If these people wanted to make a move, it would be really dangerous. Moreover, it would be even more dangerous if they alerted some terrifying great sage or saint-level sage in the myriad of worlds. It's over, the situation is getting difficult. Unless this kid joins a faction and seeks protection, such as Yan Nantian joining the Vermilion Bird Palace. Apart from providing more resources, the Vermilion Bird Palace could also provide protection and deterrence. After all, if a sage attacked, Yan Nantian would probably not be able to escape. However, joining a faction would be enough to deter others. As expected, the 3 sages' avatars' eyes were burning. It seemed that their true bodies had to come immediately. The two vermilion bird sages also had the same idea. In an instant, everyone was eyeing Lin Xian covetously. Lin Xian also frowned. That damned Yan Nantian really knew how to cause trouble for him. However, since he dared to fight Yan Nantian, he had already thought of this and had the dark red dragon set up a peerless array around him. Therefore, he remained calm. The next moment, he said in a low voice, "Since you've decided that I'm the champion, then give me the champion's reward." The reward is not urgent. Young Master Lin is the champion of the Vermilion Bird list, so if you want to come with me, the Vermilion Bird Palace will treat you well. The other contestants also went together. The Vermilion Bird Palace Lord said with a smile. Hearing this, Lin Xian's expression changed. The Crimson Dragon also panicked. Damn it, this won't do. If Lin Xian were to enter the Vermilion Bird Palace, he would definitely be trapped. If he wanted to come out again, he would probably die. Therefore, he definitely could not enter. Yan Ryu and the others also became nervous. Lin Xian's expression also changed. Damn it, to be honest, he did not want to go either. However, what if the Vermilion Bird Palace really did not give him a reward? He came this time for the Tao of Earth Stone. If they did not give him a reward, everything he had done before would be wasted. Could it be that he really had to go in? However, the price of going in was simply too high. Who knew how many sages were waiting for him in the Vermilion Bird Palace? Fuck, Vermilion Bird Palace, Yan Nantian, I'll remember this. One day, I'll tear you to shreds. Lin Xian gritted his teeth. Just as he was in a dilemma, a voice rang out. There's no need to go to your Vermilion Bird Palace. Lin Wudy came with me this time. After he obtains the reward, I still have to send him back. Once these words were spoken, everyone was in an uproar. Was someone going to stand up for Lin Wudy at this time? They wanted to see who was behind Lin Wudy. In an instant, everyone turned their heads to look. Even the people from Vermilion Bird Palace frowned. In the next moment, they saw a figure rise into the air. This was a middle-aged man. He wore a starry robe and looked very dazzling. He came to the void and countless starry arrays flashed under his feet. What a mysterious aura. The surrounding people were all shocked. However, the Vermilion Bird Palace's palace master cried out in surprise. Langya Palace. You're from the Langya Star. Yes, I am. The man in the star robes nodded his head calmly. The people around him started to cause a ruckus. Someone from the Langya Star. The Langya Star was actually behind Lin Wudy. Everyone was very shocked by the Langya Star. They were not unfamiliar with it because the Langya Star's reputation on the ancient path of stars was much greater than that of Vermilion Bird Palace. Countless people wanted to go to the Langya Star to seek answers to their questions. Lin Xian was also stunned. He had not expected the Langya Star to appear at this time. It seemed that the Langya Star had been silently following him in order to test his strength. The person in front of him must have seen everything in the previous battle. Now that he had confirmed his strength, he had come to save him. After all, he still had to go to the Void Ocean for the Langya Star in the future. Therefore, he nodded at the person from the Langya Star. So it's a fellow cultivator from the Langya Star. You've come all the way here. Why don't you stay in the Vermilion Bird Palace for a few days? The Vermilion Bird Palace's palace master spoke again. However, the man in the star robes shook his head and said, "There's no need. Hurry up and give us the reward. We still have things to do." Then, he changed the topic. Is the Vermilion Bird Palace going back on their word? Or do you want to be blacklisted by the Langya Star? The moment he said this, the expressions of the people from the Vermilion Bird Palace changed. Both sides were great factions, but the other side did not need to deal with them. However, they might not. Perhaps they would need to use the Langia star in the future. Therefore, it would not be good for them to have a direct conflict now. They had no choice but to take out the reward in the future. The Vermilion Bird Palace's palace master took out a storage ring and said that all the rewards were inside. There was also a token, which was proof of identity to enter the Void Ocean. When the time came, Sir Lin could go to the Void Ocean. The man in the star robes did not move. Lin Xian took the storage ring and scanned it with his soul. Indeed, there was a Dao stone in it. The Earth Dao stone. Lin Xian smiled. He didn't care about anything else, but he definitely had to get his hands on the Earth Dao stone. He immediately took the Earth Dao stone out of the storage ring and placed it in the black earth. Then, Lin Xian descended and summoned the dark red dragon to his side. Then, he said to the North Demon and Yen Ryu, "I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. I'll contact you when the time comes." They exchanged sound transmission arrays. Then, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon rose into the sky again. Next, the Langia star powerhouse in the star robes left with Lin Xian and the dark red dragon. Everyone was in an uproar when they saw the news. They were extremely excited. The faces of the people from the Vermilion Bird Palace were terrifyingly dark. Damn it, they had not expected that the battle they had carefully planned to build up Yan Nanshan's popularity would be intercepted by someone else. More importantly, the person they had wanted to capture had been forcefully taken away by the people from the Langia Star. The Vermilion Bird Palace had never suffered such a setback. It really made them gnash their teeth in anger. "Don't worry, that kid won't be able to escape." Yan Nanshan's face was cold. "I'm about to break through to the Sage Realm. When I break through to the Sage Realm, my strength will undergo an earth-shattering change. I can finally use some mystiques. When the time comes, I'll kill him like a dog." Yan Nanshan's eyes shone with a piercing light. Indeed, the Sage Realm was a watershed. Stepping into the Sage Realm was truly breaking free from the heavens and earth, and one could control the laws of all things. It would be different if some of the greater mystiques were used. "Let's go." The people from the Vermilion Bird Palace quickly left. Although Yan Nantian had been defeated this time, they still had absolute confidence in him. He was a genius with a boundless future. He would definitely become a great emperor in the future. After the people from the Vermilion Bird Palace left, the others were discussing spiritedly. This battle was really too exciting. They believed that it would not be long before it spread throughout the ancient path of the stars. They probably had to hurry up and prepare. Chapter 33-41. Yen Ryu told the North Demon to leave quickly. The North Demon also left. Long Zhao Tian and Zhao Wuliang's expressions were ugly. So he was Lin Wudi. They had looked down on him before, but he was too powerful. But who would have thought that the other party was really too powerful? Even when the two of them joined hands, they were still not a match for the other party. "Sage, I must become a sage." Their eyes shone with a piercing cold light. Right now, the only way to become invincible in the forest was to break through and become a saint. These people all left. Some made up their minds to not come out until they became sages, while others went to spread the news like crazy. Some only sighed and their faces were filled with despair. That was because their geniuses had already been killed in the first round. In fact, they didn't even know who the culprit was. The most depressed people were the Yun family. Their Yun family's ancestor, a sage, had mysteriously disappeared here. They were terrified and had to quickly return to discuss countermeasures. After everyone left, planet Suzaku seemed to have returned to normal. However, at this moment, a heaven-shaking roar came from the Valley of Devil Cultivation. "Aw, damn brat, I won't let you go." This voice pierced through the 9 heavens and soared into the sky. He had turned into the appearance of a sage and was filled with killing intent. It was Cloud Sky Sage. At this moment, Cloud Sky Sage was still covered in mud. His eyes were as red as blood. Monstrous killing intent filled the 9 heavens as he broke free from the demonic pond. After coming out, he looked around and caught a person. He asked coldly, "Who are you?" That person was from the Suzaku Palace. He was originally retreating from the Valley of Devil Cultivation, but he was caught and scared out of his wits. Cloud Sky Sage didn't hold back and forcibly collected the information he wanted to know. Soon, he withdrew his hand, but his expression was terrifyingly gloomy. He had actually defeated Yen Nantian and became the champion of the Suzaku ranking. Moreover, not only was he the successor of the 9 sons, but he was also the successor of the Great Dragon. Cloud Sky Sage was simply too shocked. He realized that the person he had trapped was actually the successor of 2 top inheritances. Moreover, this person had the Great Destruction Spear. If he could catch this person, not only would he be able to obtain the Great Destruction Spear, but he would also be able to obtain the Great Destruction Spear and the Great Dragon Inheritance. Thinking of this, he was so excited that he began to tremble. "Lin Wudi, you can't run away." Cloud Sky Saint's eyes glinted coldly. He was searching, but he couldn't find him. Lin Wudi had been taken away by the people of the Langya Star. The Langya Star. Cloud Sky Saint's eyes flickered, but he did not care. He knew that it was impossible for her to spend the rest of her life with the Saint of the Langya Star. As long as they were separated, he would find an opportunity to strike. He would capture the other party and then go into seclusion for a few hundred years. He would only come out after his strength had greatly increased. At that time, with 2 great inheritances in his hands and a peerless weapon in his hands, who could be his opponent? At the thought of this, he impatiently tore open the void and flew toward the outer realm. He was not the only one who had such thoughts. Others also had such thoughts. Among them, the most powerful ones were the 3 clones of the saints. After they found out about Lin Xian's true identity, they immediately communicated with their original bodies. At this moment, the true bodies of the 3 great sage were rushing over. The 3 of them were not in the same group, but their goal was the same. Lin Xian and the Dark God Dragon followed the powerful cultivators of the Langya Star and left the Vermilion Star. They were returning to the Langya Star. They had already left for a few days. Lin Xian also understood this powerful cultivator of the Langya Star. He was indeed a saint of the Langya Star. The other party's name was Mu Bai. He was very powerful and had specially come to check on Lin Xian. This little guy is very powerful. His future is definitely limitless. This was Mu Bai's evaluation. Lin Xian smiled. "Senior, you are too kind. I wonder what you are going to do in the Void Sea." He was very puzzled by the Langya Star's request. "This is not the place to discuss matters. I will tell you everything when we return to the Langya Star." Lin Xian nodded. Next, he began to cultivate in seclusion. After all, as a genius, his strength did not come for free. He had cultivated it bit by bit. Therefore, Lin Xian would not give up on cultivating whenever he had time. The Dark God Dragon also began to study the chess game. This heaven-crippled chess game was mysterious and unpredictable. There were many changes in it. This made the Dark God Dragon very happy. After traveling for another 2 days, Saint Mu Bai suddenly opened his eyes and frowned. Lin Xian and the Dark God Dragon also woke up from their cultivation. "Senior, someone is following us," Lin Xian said. Saint Mu Bai nodded. Ignore him. I will change the direction. The two of you can continue to cultivate. After saying that, he steered the spirit boat and changed its direction. The array on the spirit boat flashed and it directly jumped through space. In an instant, it disappeared into the cold void. The next moment, the space crack disappeared. At the same time, 3 powerful souls swept over. They left. These were the souls of the 3 saints. It was obvious that the 3 saints had made a move. Moreover, they were almost locked onto. Let's go and chase. They chased along the way. They did not know that the Cloud Sky Saint was behind them. The 4 great sage people began to chase. However, Lin Xian and the Dark God Dragon were very calm. They were not worried about being caught at all. This was because Lin Xian was very strong. It was not a problem for him to kill a saint. Although the Dark God Dragon was also a half-saint, it was also not a problem for them to trap a saint together. In the end, it was not a problem for Saint Mu Bai to fight someone of the same level. They did not take the 3 saints seriously at all. However, it seemed that Saint Mu Bai did not want to fight with them. Instead, he changed his path from time to time. The spirit boat's array was very powerful. Therefore, the time they took to reach the Langia star was greatly reduced. After about half a month, they actually arrived near the Langia star's star field. In a flash, they directly entered the Langia star. Behind them, the 3 saints saw this scene and all stopped their pursuit. They had no choice. Although they were powerful, they did not dare to attack the Langia star. Therefore, they could only stop nearby. After the Cloud Sky Saint rushed over, he also saw this scene and frowned again. However, the 4 of them did not leave. I don't believe that you can hide in the Langia star forever. They revealed a cold smile. The 4 saints hid near the Langia star. They were completely dormant, waiting for the opportunity to hunt. On the other hand, Mu Bai led Lin Xian and the Dark God Dragon down to the first zone. At this moment, the Langia Palace Lord and a group of elders were waiting for Lin Xian. What a large scale! After the Dark God Dragon entered, he also narrowed his eyes. He did not expect the reception this time to be so grand. After greeting the seniors, Lin Xian did not act arrogantly after entering. Instead, he cupped his fists and looked around. Young Master Lin, you don't have to be so courteous. The Langia Palace Lord smiled and walked down personally. Chapter 33-42. The palace master of the Langia Palace looked like a young man in his 30s. He was handsome and his eyes were as deep as the stars. He didn't look like a leader but a top young genius. The surrounding elders were also wearing robes and emitting a mysterious aura. Young Master Lin is a young genius and powerful. He won first place on the Vermilion Bird leaderboard and defeated Yan Nantian. He was just lucky. Lin Xian smiled. The palace master of the Vermilion Bird Palace smiled. This battle can't be explained by luck. We know that young Master Lin is powerful. Perhaps he can really help us complete this mission. Oh, right, what mission is it? Lin Xian asked curiously. The palace master of the Langia Star smiled. This matter is not urgent. We promised young master before that when young master becomes the champion of the Vermilion Bird leaderboard, we will give young master a big gift. This is the metal Dao stone. The palace master of Langia Palace flipped his hand and a golden stone appeared in his hand. The stone emitted a piercingly cold aura like a divine sword, causing the void around them to shatter continuously. Metal Dao stone. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. He took it without hesitation. He already had 4 pieces in his hand. He was very close to his goal. According to the agreement, we will also give young Master Lin the whereabouts of the Water Dao Stone. We will also give young Master an additional message. These were all agreed upon before. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded. That's right, I will also help you complete the mission according to the agreement. However, young Master Lin, is our relationship really just a mission? Does young Master not want to go further? What do you mean? Lin Xian was surprised. The palace master of the Langya Palace smiled. I naturally want to invite young Master to join our Langya Star. Young Master should know about the relationship between Yan Nantian and the Vermilion Bird Palace. Moreover, this is just a special case. There will be more and more peerless experts and geniuses joining the various top forces. I think young Master will be no exception in the future. Why don't you join our Langya Palace? The Langya Star was relatively famous in this world. It was not inferior to the Vermilion Bird Palace. To be honest, Lin Xian was really tempted. It seemed that joining a large force was the trend. He couldn't resist. Otherwise, he would be at a disadvantage when competing with those people in the future. And joining a place like the Vermilion Bird Palace was probably too strict. Lin Xian didn't want to be restricted. Lin Xian was tempted by the Langya Star, which occupied a star world and focused on divination and deduction. Moreover, it had great resources. Moreover, the Langya Star had always had a good relationship with him and had even entrusted him with missions. Therefore, Lin Xian nodded. This was not impossible. Seeing that Lin Xian was tempted but hesitant, the Langya Palace's palace master added, I know what young Master is worried about. Don't worry, we won't restrict the young Master too much. A prodigy like the young Master must be a powerhouse who can compete in the myriad worlds. We will provide you with resources, information, and necessary help. What we are betting on is young Master's future. One day, when young Master reaches the peak and becomes a great emperor, my Langya Star will naturally rise as well. I understand these principles, but isn't your Langya Star afraid that one day, I will bring endless trouble to you? Lin Xian asked. He knew that he was being targeted by a mysterious force, and he might explode at any time. Since it was a gamble, then while enjoying the fruits of victory, he would definitely bear monstrous risks. We know this. Not only do we have to bear it, but everyone has to bear it. For example, the Vermilion Bird Palace was already so close to Yan Nantian. It was fine if Yan Nantian became a great emperor, but if he couldn't or died halfway. The other forces would definitely crazily suppress the Vermilion Bird Palace and might even be wiped out. Lin Xian nodded. That was true. For example, he was already at odds with Yan Nantian and the Vermilion Bird Palace. If he killed Yan Nantian, he wouldn't let the Vermilion Bird Palace off either. Alright, since that's the case, I'll join the Langya Star. Hearing this, the elders in the hall all laughed. The Langya Star's palace master also laughed. Good. The young master has been to the Langya Star several times and has always been in the 8th palace. Why don't I appoint young Master as the 8th palace master? Thank you, palace master. Lin Xian cupped his fists. The Langya Star was divided into many areas. For example, the things that Lin Xian asked before were all in the 8th palace. Therefore, after he became the palace master, everything in the 8th palace was under his control. This wasn't an empty title, but an elder with real power. It could be seen that the Langya Star valued him very much. However, Lin Xian wasn't interested in things like management. Therefore, even if he became the 8th palace master, he would instruct others to do it. Since he had become a member of the Langya Star, Lin Xian wouldn't be polite. He asked, Palace Master, what did you go to the Void Sea to retrieve? The Langya Palace Master said, it's a long story and it's related to you. You fought with the great demon and in the end, you summoned the first-generation demon Shadow and used demon swallowing the world to seal the endless starry sky. The Langia star was also sealed in it. In the end, the Langia star's great array blocked it. However, there were still some places that were broken. One of the places was filled with demonic chi and it hasn't disappeared yet. This isn't ordinary demonic chi. It's very difficult to erase. More importantly, there's a sleeping green demonic vine in our Langia star. If we remove the demonic chi and alarm the green demonic vine, or if the demonic chi and the green demonic vine fuse together, we'll be in trouble. I'm afraid that the entire Langia star will be in danger. Hearing this, Lin Xian's expression became solemn. Green demonic vine. He didn't expect to hear such a terrifying demonic thing here. It was a very terrifying thing. Once it grew up, it could destroy the entire star world. Ordinary saints would have to become nourishment for the other party. Back then, the green demonic vine exploded in the universe. Many star worlds were quickly shattered. In the end, a great emperor took action and forcefully erased it. Only then did the disaster stop. In the end, there were very few green demonic vines in the universe. He didn't expect that there would be one on the Langia star. In addition, there was one on the North Demon. So that's the case. What should I do? He asked again. The Langia star's palace master said. After some time, the Void Sea will open. It's a place with endless treasures. We deduced that there's a statue of the great sage in the Void Sea. It cultivates the righteous chi of heaven and earth, which specializes in restraining demonic creatures. Take out that statue and use it to suppress the demonic chi on our Langia star. It can resolve this crisis. So that's the case. Lin Xian nodded. I understand. The water Daoist stone that you're looking for is also in the Void Sea. Moreover, it won't be long before the Void Sea opens. Many powerful forces and elites will enter. Firstly, this is a trial in the ancient star path. Secondly, it's a treasure hunt. There's an age restriction to enter the Void Sea. Only those under 1,000 years old can enter. Those over 1,000 years old can't enter. Of course, some special methods can be used, but there's a price to pay. Moreover, with young Master Lin's help, we're more at ease. Chapter 33-43. Half a year, there was still half a year left. The Void Sea would open and he could enter then. Lin Xian thought for a moment and then asked, "Oh right, I still need information about the magnetic stones." As soon as he said this, the elders in the hall exclaimed in low voices and discussed animatedly. What's wrong? Lin Xian was surprised. How could it cause such a huge commotion? The Langia Palace Master said, "It seems that our guess is right. You want to cultivate the 5 elements into one. Only this kind of law would require a large number of Dao stones." That's right. Lin Xian nodded. Since he had already joined the Langia star, he would not hide it. Hearing that, the people in the palace hall all sucked in a mouthful of cold air. The 5 elements into one was very rare. Perhaps only the young man in front of them dared to do so. The Langia Palace Master said, "I will help you deduce the matter of the magnetic mountain. We have previously deduced that it is not in the Void Sea. It should be somewhere else." All right. Lin Xian was not in a hurry. He would go to the Void Sea and obtain the Water Dao stone first. The news of the Vermilion Bird Palace spread like a hurricane. Many people in the world knew about it. They were extremely shocked. They did not expect that the Vermilion Bird Palace, which had spent so much effort to hold the Vermilion Bird list, would end up being a wedding dress for someone else's disciple. The people of the Vermilion Bird Palace would probably be angered to death, right? It turned out that Lin Wuti was the successor of the 9 sons. Moreover, he was the successor of the great dragon. He was too powerful. I reckon that it was very likely that he would become a great emperor. That's right, if nothing unexpected happened. However, I reckon that many people have their eyes on him now, right? Do you think he will go to the Void Sea in half a year's time? Who knows? But I'm definitely going. Everyone in the universe was talking about it. Lin Wuti's name once again resounded throughout the starry sky universe. Those young geniuses were all envious and looked up to him. The older generation figures also nodded repeatedly. Of course, some peerless powerhouses were also jealous and even prepared to take action. At the same time, the news of the Void Sea also spread. Many great forces in the universe were preparing to head to the Void Ocean. Some of the top geniuses even felt that this was a good opportunity to become a sage. After all, there were many treasures in the Void Ocean. If they could enter and obtain it, the time they needed to become saints would be greatly reduced. In this way, they might not necessarily be unable to compete with Lin Wuti. All of a sudden, everyone began to move. Those who were a little further away had already set sail. The Void Sea was a sea in the void of the universe. It was very strange. The seawater here was unusual. It could swallow people, and even half-saints. Of course, if the void was still open, there would be a certain amount of time for people to enter. That was why everyone was waiting for this opportunity to open it. Some warriors who had arrived early were already wandering around the Void Sea. Those peerless experts and elders were staring at the Void Sea with sparkling eyes. Some of the youngsters felt their scalps go numb because they saw corpses and bones floating out of the waves of the Void Sea. These were the corpses and bones of those who had come to the Void Ocean in the past to search for treasures. The Void Sea had always been rumored to contain treasures. That was why many people had come to search for treasures since ancient times. Boom! 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 Heaven and earth trembled. The endless darkness turned fiery red. A vermilion bird spread its wings and soared into the sky like an ancient divine beast. The faces of those around the Void Sea changed. How terrifying! Lin Xian knew that apart from the young geniuses, only a small number of experts had entered. Because there was an age limit. Of course, he could not rule out the possibility that some people had used some methods to force their way in. But such people were definitely in the minority. Lin Xian did not take them seriously. While Lin Xian was sizing up the people outside, they were also alarmed by the aura of the spirit ship. They saw a beam of light rushing over, followed by an ancient spirit ship. Immediately, there were exclamations. Chapter 33-44. The pattern of the Langya star was a starlight pattern. In the middle was an incomparably bright star, surrounded by many other stars, forming a star field. It was very strange. It was easy to recognize at a glance. At this moment, countless exclamations sounded. The spirit boat of the Langya star continued to move forward without stopping. Obviously, with the strength and status of the Langya star, it had to stop at a position closer to the front. As expected, the figures in the positions near the front of the Void Sea also turned their heads and exclaimed. Those on the huge vermilion bird turned their heads and looked over. In the next moment, many people's expressions changed. Damn it, it's the people of the Langya star. The spirit boat stopped in the void. Then, a few figures rushed out of it. The person in the lead was a young man in a red robe. He had a handsome face, and there was also a divine dragon following beside him. He looked extraordinarily mighty. Following closely behind were Saint Mu Bai and a few elders. As soon as they appeared, they attracted the attention of many people. Damn it, it's you. A cold voice rang out. Above the 9 heavens, endless thunder and lightning descended. It pierced through all directions. Everyone below felt their hair stand on end. What a terrifying aura. Who dared to make a move at this time? Countless people looked around quickly. Soon, they found that the person who spoke was Yen Nantian. Yen Nanshan's murderous aura surged and shot into the sky. That aura was so terrifying that even a half-saint would tremble. His eyes burned with a fiery red light as he stared straight ahead. He didn't expect to meet his sworn enemy in the Void Sea half a year later. Yen Nanshan's face was terrifyingly gloomy. Between heaven and earth, a terrifying murderous aura surged, making people's scalps tingle. Lin Xian also glanced at Yen Nantian. Then, he smiled and said, "Isn't this my defeated opponent? How dare you come out? Let me tell you, I'm going to the Void Sea too. So, you'd better take your people and get lost." As soon as he said that, everyone's eyes popped out. They didn't even dare to breathe. This was a fight between immortals. As expected, the Vermilion Bird Palace's people's expressions were extremely ugly. Quite a few people's eyes were emitting flames. The overflowing flames transformed into flaming tornadoes that engulfed the 9 heavens. That damned brat, how dare he look down on us? Many of the Vermilion Bird Palace's geniuses clenched their teeth. The Vermilion Bird Palace's elders also had unwavering expressions, as if they were about to attack. What's wrong? Do I have to make a move just because I want to be outside? I don't mind playing with you guys. Lin Xian's body flashed and he stomped his foot. Suddenly, the surrounding void shattered and turned into a terrifying black crack. A terrifying pressure pressed down on the surrounding people, causing their faces to turn pale and their blood to almost freeze. The flames that filled the sky were instantly torn to shreds. Those from the Vermilion Bird Palace gulped. No one dared to make a move because they knew that the person in front of them was no ordinary person. He was the number 1 on the Vermilion Bird leaderboard, someone who had suppressed Yen Nantian. However, a Vermilion Bird Palace prodigy still sent a voice transmission. "Elder, why don't we attack and kill him forcefully? We have a saint on our side anyway." However, when the Vermilion Bird Palace's elder heard that, he snorted coldly. "Shut up and don't mess around. We have a saint, but does he not have one? Try making a move here if you dare. If you want to kill him, you can go in. There will be plenty of opportunities, but not here." Hearing that prodigy stopped talking. Indeed, they had a saint on their side. How could the Langya star not have one? Especially in such a situation, the elders around Lin Xian were probably here to protect him. Boom! 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 Everyone was still waiting. Finally, a powerful aura surged over from afar, and dragon roars resounded through the 9 heavens. Everyone's bodies were about to split open. Their scalps were numb. Heavens, the experts of the dragons were here. Even the people from the Vermilion Bird Palace were on guard as if they were facing a great enemy. They all held their breaths. Only Yen Nantian snorted coldly, not caring at all. Lin Xian turned his head curiously. Are they from the dragons? There were indeed dragons in the myriad worlds. I wonder how they compare to the nest of 10,000 dragons. In the distance, a huge dragon flew over like a mountain range. There were many figures standing on the huge dragon. They were all in the form of dragons. Of course, there were also a few who didn't seem to be bothered to transform into their dragon forms. They appeared as dragons. Their horns were ferocious, and their auras were very powerful. Their strong physiques could shatter the void with a light shake. They were from the Dragon Valley. Many people exclaimed. Obviously, this was also a large faction, and it was the faction of the dragons. Dragon Valley. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The dark red dragon beside him also sneered. On the huge dragon, the experts of the dragon stood there, ignoring everyone. Suddenly, one of them frowned. His huge eyes looked down and stared at where Lin Xian was. Instantly, the void there turned into a black hole. How terrifying! What's wrong with this person? Why did he attack Lin Wudi? The surrounding people were shocked. On the other hand, the people of Vermilion Bird Palace were delighted. Could it be that this kid also offended the Dragon Valley? If that's the case, there's going to be fun to watch. They all had gloating expressions on their faces. The faces of the people of Langia Star changed. Even Sage Mu Bai was on guard. However, Lin Xian didn't care. Beside him, the dark red dragon roared. The dragon's roar reverberated through the 9 heavens, causing the bodies of those above to tremble slightly. What's going on? The people of Dragon Valley all stopped. Their expressions were unfriendly as they stared at the dark red dragon. The others were also stunned. Are there still dragons? Which world are you dragons from? On the huge dragon, the expert of Dragon Valley asked coldly. You people don't have the right to know. The dark red dragon snorted. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. This guy probably doesn't even know which faction I'm from. Let's go. The people of Dragon Valley took a few glances and ignored him. They naturally knew that they weren't the only race with dragons. There were other worlds with dragons. However, if they really went to the Void Sea and fought for treasures, even if the other party was a dragon, they wouldn't show mercy. The people of the Dragon Valley had forcefully taken over a piece of land. After this, more powerful factions came. Dark Moon Temple. 8 Desolation Pavilion. The Seekong family was a major faction on par with Dragon Valley and Vermilion Bird Palace. The geniuses of the Seekong family were also very terrifying. And this time, there were leaders leading the way. Even when facing Yan Nantian, they didn't show any fear. One could imagine that they were very confident and powerful. That guy. Among the people of the Dragon Valley, there was a figure with a gloomy expression. It was Long Xiaotian. He was originally from the Dragon Tribe, so he had joined the Dragon Valley in the past half a year. He had become a member of the Dragon Valley and was valued. On the other side, there was also a pale-faced person from Dark Moon Temple. He stared at Lin Xian with a cold killing intent in his eyes. He was Xiao Wuliang. He had joined Dark Moon Temple. In addition to these people who were hostile to Lin Xian, there were also some people who were greedy for the treasures on Lin Xian. Among them, there were 4 sages hiding in the dark. One of them was Cloud Sky Sage. However, they must have hidden in order to secretly enter the Void Sea. He couldn't find them for the time being. Chapter 33-45. He snorted coldly and did not care at all. As long as these people dared to come, he would definitely make them regret it. Brother Lin. The North Demon walked over from afar and greeted him. Yan Ryu was also here. The 3 of them attracted the attention of countless people. Yan Ryu only brought 2 people with her this time. 2 of them were dressed in green robes. One of them was an old lady with a walking stick. The other was a middle-aged man with a white face and no beard. They stood there silently as if they did not exist. The North Demon came with his sister. He had not joined any forces yet. Ever since the Vermilion Bird trial, he had gone into seclusion and only came out recently. Why don't you join the Langia Star directly? Lin Xian said. Hearing this, the Langia Star sage and elder raised their eyebrows. These 2 people were top prodigies. Yenryu smiled and said, even if I don't join, can you not help me? The North Demon nodded. Sure, but I have to bring my sister along. Hearing this, Lin Xian glanced at Sage Mu Bai. Sage Mu Bai smiled and said, no problem. He was too happy. The North Demon was also a top prodigy. At this moment, Lin Xian added. Elder Mu Bai, this brother of mine is not simple. He has a battle armor that is the Green Nocturne. If Brother North Demon grows up in the future, he might be able to control the Green Nocturne. Hearing this, Sage Mu Bai's eyes lit up. He looked at the North Demon with even more joy in his eyes. Someone who could control the Green Nocturne. To them, that person was like a savior. Of course, he also looked at Lin Xian gratefully. If it were not for Lin Xian, the North Demon would not have joined the Langya Star. It seemed that betting on Lin Xian's future and fully supporting him was the right choice. The North Demon also heaved a sigh of relief. He waved his hand and called for his sister. Then, he said, you can follow me first. These seniors can wait outside. The void ocean is too dangerous. It's not suitable for you to enter now. All right, brother, be careful. The North Demon nodded and started to fight with Lin Xian. They began to wait patiently. Boom! They waited for about 10 days before an earth-shattering sound came from the front. Waves rose from the void ocean. Each wave was 10,000 miles high. It was impossible to see them clearly in the darkness. However, the 8 waves spun rapidly, forming a gigantic vortex that seemed as though it was going to devour everything. However, the experts waiting here all revealed smiles as they looked at the vortex. Good, it's finally open. They can enter now. Hearing this, everyone took a deep breath. Was it finally going to open? Many people clenched their fists. This time, they had to come out alive and successfully bring out the treasure. Sage Mu Bai also looked at Lin Xian and the Northern Demon and said in a low voice, be careful. He looked at Lin Xian. Especially you. I reckon that many people will make a move on you this time. I'm guessing that among them, there must be a saint who sneaked in. Don't worry, I can handle it. Lin Xian smiled. Then, he turned around and walked forward with the dark red dragon, the North Demon, and Yen Ryu. The surrounding people all moved out and entered the black vortex, disappearing without a trace. However, at that moment, 2 muffled groans were heard. 2 figures were sent flying, and their blood dyed the void red. Then, they turned into a sea of blood. It was the blood of a saint. Many people exclaimed in surprise. There were indeed saints among them. However, it seemed that the 2 saints were not strong enough. They were sent flying and were seriously injured. Damn it! The 2 saints cursed in a low voice. They were instantly covered in blood and flew into the distance. Sage Mu Bai looked at this scene and sneered. What a stupid guy. He came to the void ocean without asking around. How dare he barge in? Seeing this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Were the saints injured? It seemed that there were special restrictions. Thinking of this, he did not hesitate and quickly walked forward. Soon, they were swallowed by the darkness. The seawater washed their bodies, forcing them to defend themselves. However, it was too dark. It seemed that the abyss could devour all light. Therefore, they could not see clearly at all. The people were not worried. They just waited for them to enter completely. Suddenly, a scream was heard. Oh no! The voice was very sweet. After hearing it, Lin Xian asked coldly, what's wrong? That was Yen Ryu's voice. However, in the next moment, he was sent flying by a huge force. Boom! Oh no, I've fallen into a trap. Someone is setting up a trap. Lin Xian instantly understood. Fortunately, his physique was strong. Although this attack landed on his body, it didn't pierce through it. The blood in his body was boiling. He forcefully suppressed it and shouted coldly, "Someone is setting up a trap. Don't make a sound." He was warning the dark red divine dragon, Yan Ryu, and the North Demon. However, his warning exposed his position again. Suddenly, there was a terrifying energy fluctuation in the void. However, there was no light at all. Boom! 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 Lin Xian took the attack head-on and was forced to retreat. His blood was boiling. However, he did not act rashly because he could not find Yan Ryu and the others. If he hurt them, it would be troublesome. He had to survive this period of darkness first. All of this happened in an instant. Then, light appeared in front of them. Everyone was wrapped in seawater and rushed out. They had completely entered the void ocean. This was a scene at the bottom of the ocean. It was like an underwater dragon palace. There were all kinds of marine plants, sea creatures, and fish. Those were all demonic beasts. The water carried a heavy pressure. However, those who could enter were at least half saints. Some of them were clones of saints, and some were hidden saints. Therefore, the pressure of the seawater was not a threat to them. It only affected them a little. Lin Xian, are you okay? Yan Ryu and the others walked over and asked with concern. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. In the next moment, he nodded. He realized that it was really Yan Ryu this time. The North Demon and the dark red divine dragon saw that Lin Xian's robe was a little tattered and some parts were charred. They asked nervously, "What happened?" "Someone attacked me in the dark." "What?" The dark red divine dragon gritted his teeth. The North Demon and Yan Ryu were shocked. They looked around cautiously. There were some people in the surroundings. However, most of them left quickly after landing. The North Demon glanced at them and said, "Something's not right. There are much fewer people here than before. It seems that they have been randomly assigned." "Humph, you actually dared to come in. You really don't know what's good for you. Just you wait. When the time comes, none of you will be able to leave." At that moment, a cold laugh came from behind them. The North Demon and the others turned around. In the next moment, they frowned. It was the people of the Vermilion Bird Palace. Not only was Yan Nantian not here, but it seemed that he had not been teleported here. He must have been teleported somewhere else. Chapter 33-46. The North Demon said, "They have a lot of people and we're here to find treasures. Let's not fight with them for now." Lin Xian frowned. Golden runes flashed in his eyes as if he was confirming something. "Soon," he sneered. "So it was you. Since that's the case, go to hell." His aura burst out and engulfed the entire area. The surrounding seawater started to churn crazily, creating a vacuum zone. There were still some people around. When they saw this scene, they shrunk their necks in fear. "Heavens, we just entered and Lin Wudi is going to start a war with Vermilion Bird Palace. It's you." The North Demon and Yan Ryu wanted to say something, but Lin Xian suddenly attacked. The golden palm reached forward and instantly enveloped everyone from Vermilion Bird Palace. However, there was a golden sword aura in the palm that pierced towards one of them. Pooh! Ah! It was too fast. In just an instant, there was a scream. Then, one of the geniuses from Vermilion Bird Palace was split open. The corpse fell to the sides and the soul escaped screaming. "Damn it, you really dared to attack." The people from Vermilion Bird Palace roared crazily. They were really angry. Although Lin Wuyi defeated Yan Nantian, so what? Even a saint didn't dare to start a war with Vermilion Bird Palace. Vermilion Bird Palace was very powerful, but now, the other party killed one of their geniuses without hesitation. The soul of the genius floated in the air and screamed crazily. Damn it, you dare to attack me. He was really mad. Lin Xian sneered. Why wouldn't I dare to attack you? You attacked me first, right? You were the one who attacked me at the entrance. You think I can't sense you just because you hid your aura? Since you dared to attack me, you have to be prepared to die. Lin Xian's sword aura soared into the sky and the soul was about to dim. Damn it, how dare you attack Vermilion Bird Palace? Kill! Instantly, a person charged over. Vermilion Bird Seal. He formed a hand seal and transformed into a huge vermilion bird, which charged toward Lin Xian. At the same time, the other person pulled out a long saber. It was as red as fire and looked like the feathers of a vermilion bird. Although it was not as good as the feather in Yan Nantian's hand, it was still extremely terrifying. In an instant, the surrounding seawater was split apart. At the same time, the other person also made his move. The flames on his body overflowed into the sky, covering all the seawater. They formed two large flaming palms and grabbed Lin Xian's legs, preventing him from escaping. The three geniuses struck out at the same time, displaying their ultimate skills. It was truly ferocious. Ha, die for me. The vermilion bird seal rushed towards Lin Xian's head, while the vermilion bird feather longsword stabbed towards Lin Xian's heart. Both were fatal attacks. Boom! Boom! An earth-shattering collision sound rang out. Terrifying flames and violent energy engulfed Lin Xian. The dark red dragon and the others' auras exploded, tearing everything apart. Their eyes were cold, and the surrounding martial artists frantically retreated. They had just entered and encountered such a thing. Before they could react, some of them were sent flying by this force. Humph, I don't believe you can block it. The people from Vermilion Bird Palace sneered. Whoosh! 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 The seawater surged, and the surrounding sea demons were all blasted into pieces, scattering all over the ground. Lin Xian's figure appeared, stunning the people from Vermilion Bird Palace. Damn it, how could he not be injured? How could he not be injured? These people found it hard to believe. Although they had only seen Lin Xian's power, personally attacking and watching were two completely different things. Three of you attacking me together. Very well, your Vermilion Bird Palace really has guts. You actually dare to attack me. Lin Xian's body emitted crackling sounds. Like thunder, golden light shone so brightly that everyone could not open their eyes. With a stomp of his foot, the two large flaming palms that bound him were instantly torn apart. Ah! The genius on the other side screamed and retracted his hand. There were countless cracks on his palm, and even his bones could be seen. His face was filled with shock. Too strong. His opponent only shook his body, and he could not withstand that force. Does your hand hurt? Don't worry, the pain you will suffer will be 10,000 times more painful than your hand. A cold voice sounded in front of him. The genius raised his head, scared out of his wits. He did not know when the other party had appeared in front of him. A large palm reached out and slapped his face like a mountain. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, and the ground cracked. A large crack appeared on the seabed. The body of the Vermilion Bird Palace genius fell to the ground. His body was torn apart, and his face was smashed into pieces. Eye technique, soul stab. Lin Xian formed a hand seal, and the heavenly secret divine eye exploded. A golden light pierced his opponent's soul. Instantly, his opponent's soul screamed miserably, as if he was in great danger. The sound was so terrifying that it made one's scalp tingle. You dare to stab my heart with a sword? Trash, let me tell you how to use a sword. Lin Xian raised his head and looked at the other person. A sword chi appeared on the tip of his finger, and it streaked across the sea. A sword mark appeared on the forehead of that person, and blood immediately flowed out. What a fast sword. That was the only thought he had. Bang! The corpse fell to the ground. The sword had directly killed the other person's body and soul. The soul of the first man, who had suffered great pain, also died. In the blink of an eye, two geniuses were completely destroyed. Lin Xian turned to the third person. The vermilion bird seal. So weak. Let me tell you how to use the vermilion bird seal. He formed a hand seal, and the golden flames on his body danced, turning into a golden vermilion bird. Along with his palm, he pushed out. This power was much stronger than before, as if the primordial vermilion bird had been revived. Boom! 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 That person was blasted into pieces, and his soul escaped. However, Lin Xian used the heavenly secret divine eye on the soul that attacked before and this soul. The terrifying light made the two of them scream, and another two souls fell. In an instant, all four of them were killed. Everything happened so quickly that the people from the Vermilion Bird Palace could not react. In the distance, the martial artists passing by were scared out of their wits. Lin Wuti was really too strong. If they were not a saint, they should not provoke him. They quickly fled. Damn it, how dare you attack us? I'm going to. Before a genius from the Vermilion Bird Palace could finish speaking, he was slapped to the ground by the leader. Shut up, all of you fucking leave. They turned into a stream of fiery light and fled in an instant. It was too terrifying. They did not have a saint's clone, nor did they have Yan Nantian. How could they fight against the other party? It was better to run first. Wait until they met up with the main group, then discuss how to kill the other party. Kid, are you going to let them escape just like that? The dark red dragon looked at the other party and asked quickly. Lin Xian shook his head. Don't worry, they won't be able to escape. They will definitely find the experts from the Vermilion Bird Palace and come back. Chapter 33-47. Now, we don't have time to chase after these clowns. Let's go and see what's so magical about the Sea of Void. The group quickly set off. Wherever they passed, no one dared to provoke them. That was because their lineup was too powerful. None of them were weak. Suddenly, a huge shadow appeared in front of them. At the same time, an extremely terrifying aura came from it. Yan Ruyu and the dark red dragon both took a deep breath. That was demonic aura. What a terrifying demonic aura. The North demons had the body of 10,000 demons. Although the dark red dragon was a dragon, it could be said to be the land of 10,000 demons. In addition, Yan Ryu had once joined the Demon King Palace, so she should be related to the demons. Therefore, they were the most sensitive to the demonic aura. Lin Xian's soul was strong, so he naturally felt it too. The aura was too terrifying. It even carried the aura of a saint. Could it be a demon saint? There was actually a demon saint here. Let's go. They sped up and rushed forward through the waves. Soon, they approached the huge shadow. However, they found that it was not a shadow, but a corpse that was as big as a mountain. The bones were blue like stars. They were very hard and could not be broken at all. Now that so much time had passed, the flesh and blood were gone, but the bones were perfectly preserved. That was the best material for refining weapons and armor. Why didn't anyone want it? Hee, I won't stand on ceremony. The dark red dragon stretched out its claw and grabbed forward. In front of them, the demon saint's corpse was as big as a mountain. However, so what if it was huge? The dark red dragon's claw contained a part of the world. It could take in any mountain. However, he soon found that something was wrong because he could not take it in at all. It was too strange. It was fixed there and could not be picked up at all. Damn it, it's so strange. The dark red dragon muttered and tried a few more times, but it was useless. Therefore, he could only give up. Yenryu's beautiful eyes flickered as she looked around. He said, "This shouldn't be the first time the Sea of Void has opened, right? In the past, there must have been strong cultivators like us. The treasures that could be seen at a glance would have been taken away by our ancestors. It's not our turn at all." This was an explanation for the dark red dragon. The dark red divine dragon gnashed its teeth in anger. Damn it, this is infuriating. It kicked the huge corpse fiercely. Clang! An earth-shattering sound rang out, causing everyone to frown. The dark red divine dragon also let out an awe-inspiring howl. Fuck, it hurts so much. What kind of broken thing is this? It's actually so hard. Lin Xian said, "Alright, stop messing around. Let's go see what other treasures there are. Little White, it's up to you." Lin Xian gave Little White 2 spirit fruits. Little White hugged the spirit fruit and squeaked, "Let me see." Before he could finish his words, the surrounding water began to circulate, forming a water prison that completely enveloped them. Not good, someone is attacking us again. The dark red divine dragon let out a strange cry. Could it be someone from the Vermilion Bird Palace? They found that it wasn't. Look at what it is. Northern Devil frowned. In the distance, many black figures swam over. Yenryu said, "Not good, let's leave quickly." They bombarded the water prison and shattered it. However, the black figures still surrounded them. Finally, they saw clearly what those black figures were. They were terrifying fish, and they were all demon fish. The aura on their bodies was terrifying. Their teeth and scales were sharp enough to pierce through everything. If there were only 1 or 2, Lin Xian and the others wouldn't care at all. However, there were tens of thousands of them. Who knew how many there were? Not good, these are ghost fiend fish. They're very terrifying. Their attacks are very powerful and crazy. Let's leave quickly. Break out of the encirclement. Don't fight them head-on. Yenryu said quickly. Lin Xian and the others nodded and struck out with their palms. It was like a school of fish. Instantly, the ghost fiend fish were sent flying. Lin Xian's fist was terrifyingly harmonious. The ghost fiend sharks in front of him were all turned into ashes. They turned into a bloody mist. However, the blood stimulated the ghost fiend sharks. Instantly, they charged out. Endless bubbles appeared, and their eyes were fixed on Lin Xian. They rushed over quickly, like blue divine arrows, and collided with Lin Xian's body, producing clanging sounds. Although Lin Xian's body was strong, he couldn't withstand the impact of so many fish. He could tell that if a saint was trapped here, he would probably die. Therefore, he stomped his foot. Like a coiling dragon, he split the world with his foot. With a boom, he created a vacuum in the sea of fish. Let's go. Lin Xian took the lead and unleashed a barrage of attacks in all directions. The dark red mystical dragon, Yenryu, and Northern Devil followed closely behind. During this time, the dark red mystical dragon roared in all directions. It wanted to use the might of the dragons to suppress these demon fish. However, the ghost fiend sharks were not afraid. Lin Xian was shocked. Northern Devil was also surprised. What kind of demon beast was this? It could ignore the bloodline suppression. They ran all the way until they finally escaped the pursuit of the ghost fiend sharks. Then, their expressions turned ugly. Damn it, this void sea is too strange. Yen Ryu said. These ghost fiend sharks were bloodthirsty. They probably ate the corpse of the demonic saint from before. That was why they became so terrifying. Moreover, that demonic saint was probably not ordinary. His flesh and blood contained a trace of the will of a saint, so these ghost fiend sharks were affected. You insulted the demonic saint just now and attracted these ghost fiend sharks. Alright, ruffian dragon, be careful. Don't touch it again. Lin Xian said. The dark red mystical dragon shrugged helplessly. Damn, how would I know that this place is so strange? Alright, I'll be more careful in the future. Let's go. Lin Xian waved his hand. Then, they asked Little White. Little White jumped into Yen Ryu's arms and ate a spirit fruit. Its big black eyes blinked in all directions. Then, it pointed its furry paw in a direction. There. They quickly left. After walking for about a day, they had completely entered the void sea. Their surroundings were no longer the same as when they first entered. It was simply an underwater world. Moreover, it was an underwater forest. The seaweeds were hundreds of meters long and rooted at the bottom of the sea. They were connected like trees, making it impossible for people to see them clearly. Some of them had even cultivated into demons and could launch sneak attacks. The dark red mystical dragon and the others were attacked. They were instantly wrapped up by the seaweeds. If it weren't for their strength, they would have died there long ago. Sure enough, in the past few days, they heard screams from time to time. Blood dyed the sea red, and then it was washed away. Clearly, many of the people who entered had died in the mouths of the sea demons. This was definitely a very dangerous place. Boom! 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 An abnormal current appeared in front of them. Northern Devil frowned. Something seemed to be coming. Chapter 33-48. Lin Xian and the others instantly hid in the seaweed and restrained their auras. Even their heartbeats were gone. They were like boulders, hiding themselves. The black shadows in front of them flew over quickly. They were blue demonic beasts that were as deep as the sea of stars. From afar, they looked like ferocious flood dragons or cheilants in the sea. However, they were not flood dragons or cheilants. They were seahorses. They were all demonic beasts that had cultivated into spirits. Each of them was hundreds of meters long, and one of them was even thousands of meters long. They were like the overlords of the sea. Wherever they passed, countless water demons prostrated themselves as if they were welcoming their king. Lin Xian and the others stared at the gigantic seahorse king in shock. There was actually such a terrifying sea demon. However, the seahorse king seemed to have sensed something. It turned its huge head, bringing with it a powerful wave. Its eyes swept over the area. Immediately, Lin Xian and the others became nervous. They realized that it was not an ordinary seahorse king, but a saint. It was the seahorse saint. Moreover, from the looks of it, he was no ordinary saint. He must have cultivated for many years. There were also countless half-saint seahorses around him. He was definitely an overlord in the void ocean. Lin Xian and the others did not want to provoke such an existence. Therefore, they lowered their auras to the minimum. The seahorse saint glanced at them and did not pay any more attention to them. Then, he left. In his opinion, he had discovered them. With such weak auras, they were probably like insects. He would not care about them at all. After the seahorses had left for a long time, Lin Xian and the others heaved a sigh of relief and quietly probed with their souls. When they found that there was nothing strange around them, they walked out of the seaweed. They walked for another 2 days and went deeper. Suddenly, the little white monkey cheered. "Ah, there's something ahead. It's good." Hearing that, Yan Ryu, Lin Xian, and the others' eyes lit up. They sped up. Soon, they arrived in front of them. Then, they were stunned. There was an underwater canyon in front of them. There were stalks of seaweed in the canyon that emitted dazzling light. They danced in the water like chains of laws. The aura emitted by the seaweed was too shocking. It was a spiritual herb that was about 10,000 years old. It was a real king medicine. There were more than 10 of them. The dark red dragon was drooling. Ryu and the North Demon's eyes were also burning. Such a king of medicine was extremely tempting even to a saint. Attack! The dark red dragon and the others rushed forward to grab it and pull it hard. However, after tugging a few times, they realized that they could not pull it off. What's going on? How could there be such a hard king medicine? They were all top-notch experts. This was especially true for Lin Xian, who possessed boundless strength. But now, he was actually unable to grab Lin Xian. This greatly surprised him. The dark red divine dragon waved its dragon claws a few times and hit the bottom of the canyon. Then, it frowned. It was so hard. Why did it feel like it was similar to the corpse of the demon saint from before? Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. He activated his Tianji divine eyes, and a pair of golden eyes looked down from the sky. The corpse was the corpse of the corpse. He did not know what kind of corpse it was. It was too long. The entire canyon was filled with its corpse. However, it seemed that its corpse had been split open. He did not know if it was split open by an outsider. Or was it split open by the Sea of Void? The canyon was actually a corpse of a monster, and the king medicine grew on the monster's corpse. Yan Ryu and the North Demon exclaimed when they heard that. The king medicine was at least 10,000 years old. In other words, the corpse had existed for at least 10,000 years. The Sea of Void was really terrifying. According to the corpse of the demon saint, its bones were very hard. It would not be easy to produce these king medicines. Let's hurry up and do it bit by bit. Ryu, don't do anything. You stay outside and guard. We'll set up an array. If there's any danger, alert us. Yan Ryu nodded. Then, the dark red dragon set up an array that enveloped the surroundings. Otherwise, the 10,000-year-old spirit herbs would definitely attract the attention of other experts. It might even attract other sea demons. The dark red dragon was still puzzled. The sea demons should be able to find this place. Why was it preserved? Soon, they found out. The corpse of the sea demon below was too terrifying. Even though it had been dead for so many years, it was still emitting a terrifying aura. As soon as Lin Xian and the other two stepped on it, a cold murderous aura enveloped them as if it was going to tear them to pieces. Lin Xian sighed. He knew that it would not be so easy to obtain the treasures. Usually, there would be heaven and earth demonic beasts guarding them. There were more than 10,000-year-old spirit herbs here. Without the protection of a powerful sea demon, one could imagine that there was something wrong with the corpse. As expected, it was very strong. Ordinary half-saints could not withstand it. They roared and began to resist with all their might. They not only had to resist the terrifying aura of the demon saint corpse below, but they also had to try their best to obtain the 10,000-year-old spirit herbs. It could be said that it was very difficult. On the outside, Yen Ryu was scouting the surroundings. Although the array covered everything, she was still not at ease. After about half a day, Lin Xian had plucked 6 of them. There were still 5 floating there. Damn it, I'm exhausted. However, the harvest was not bad. Looking at the 10,000-year-old herb kings, the dark red divine dragon was very excited. However, at this moment, Yen Ryu shouted. Someone was coming. Hearing this, Lin Xian and the other 2 frowned. However, Yen Ryu said, "You guys continue. I'll deal with it." She did not immediately take action. Instead, she stared ahead. A group of people walked over. There were a total of 5 people, and Yen Ryu knew one of them. Zhao Wuliang. It seemed that they should be from the Dark Moon Temple. If it was only Zhao Wuliang, Yen Ryu would not be worried. However, Zhao Wuliang was only one of the 5 people, and he was obviously not the leader. There was actually another person in front of Zhao Wuliang. It looked like a boy, but it was obvious that he was the leader. Yen Ryu frowned. It seemed that the other party was not a young genius, but a saint or an existence that had been sent down by a saint's clone. Zhao Wuliang and the others did not discover anything, but the boy saint in front of them stopped. There was a strange light in his eyes as he looked in all directions. Soon, he sneered. There was actually an array here, and it was actually a concealment array. It seemed that the treasure should be here. He stretched out a large hand that covered the sky and earth. It was like a blood-colored cloud that slapped forward. Oh no, I've been discovered. Yen Ryu sighed. Saints are indeed powerful. She could only walk out of the array. Similarly, she slapped towards the sky with her jade-white hand. Boom boom boom. The jade-white hand and the blood-colored hand collided, producing an earth-shaking sound. The blood-colored hand was blocked, and Yen Ryu also took 2 steps back. Chapter 33:49. Zhao Wuliang exclaimed, Yen Ryu, it's you. Oh, you know her. The child saint turned to look at Zhao Wuliang. Zhao Wuliang nodded. That's right, elder. This person is Yen Ryu. She's very strong and is ranked above me, second only to Long Zhao Tian. So she's Yen Ryu. The child saint understood. It was clear that Yen Ryu's reputation had also resounded throughout the myriad worlds. Not bad, she's indeed a peerless beauty. The child saint didn't look old, but a fiery light appeared in his eyes. Seeing the child saint's fiery gaze, Zhao Wuliang's lips curled into a cold smile. He knew that Yen Ryu was dead meat. The child beside him wasn't ordinary. He was also an elder in the Dark Moon Temple. His strength had already reached the Sage Realm, but in order to enter the Void Ocean, there were some restrictions. Even so, he had surpassed the Half-Sage Realm. Moreover, the child saint liked beautiful women very much. He had never failed to capture anyone he set his eyes on. No matter how strong Yen Ryu was, she was only slightly stronger than him. How could she be a match for an elder? Thinking of this, Zhao Wuliang said again. Yen Ryu and Lin Wuti were very familiar. They might even be lovers. Since she was here, it meant that Lin Wuti should be nearby. Perhaps he was in the hidden array, snatching the treasures. Hearing this, the child saint's eyes lit up. Lin Wuti. He naturally knew that Lin Wuti was the successor of the 9 sons and the Great Dragon. He also had the Great Destruction Spear. If he could capture him and get the treasures in his hands, his future would be limitless. He might even be able to advance further. At his age, he didn't dare to think about becoming a great emperor. However, he could still break through to the Great Sage Realm or Sage King Realm. Thinking of this, his eyes were burning. I'll capture this girl first, then break the array. The people and treasures inside are all mine. Damn Zhao Wuliang. He's obviously adding fuel to the fire. Yen Ryu frowned. She glanced behind her. Right now, Lin Xian and the other two were trying their best to seize the 10,000-year-old spirit herb and could not be disturbed. Moreover, in case the news of the 10,000-year-old spirit herb leaked out, they would not be able to escape. It would definitely alarm these people. If these people came together, they would definitely have a sound transmission array. If the news got out, it would be really bad for them. Therefore, Yen Ryu took a deep breath and took a step forward. Her delicate body blocked everyone's path. If you want to take the treasure, you'll have to get past me first. What a reckless woman. Zhao Wuliang sneered. The child saint also narrowed his eyes. Not bad, I like this personality. The other two experts from the Dark Moon Divine Hall laughed. Elder, there's no need for you to do it yourself. Although we're no match for her in a one-on-one fight, the two of us can definitely take her down easily. Alright, go ahead then. The child saint nodded and stood in the void with his hands behind his back. He seemed to be sizing up his prey. Zhao Wuliang also did not make a move. However, the two experts from the Dark Moon Divine Hall beside him walked out. They were also two top half-saints. Indeed, as the other party said, no one was a match for Yen Ryu in a one-on-one fight. However, they were confident that they could do it together. The power of the two exploded in an instant. Water Dragon Prison. One of them waved the law of water and directly controlled the surrounding seawater to form a sea dragon. Like a cage, it completely enveloped Yen Ryu. The other person's body turned pitch black. Like a shadow, he quickly charged over. Like a shadow. The two experts, one of whom was a water-type expert, had a boost of strength in the sea. Their strength was very terrifying. Yen Ryu was instantly surrounded by an inescapable net. They wanted to completely suppress her. Beside them, there was also a shadow-level assassin. How dare two half-saints try to kill me? You're overestimating yourselves. She shouted and suddenly pushed out her jade-like hand. Suddenly, the surrounding seawater violently tumbled and formed two giant sharks. They opened their mouths and completely shattered the 8 water dragon pillars. Not only that, but the white shark also bit the shadow. Boom! The shadow exploded and formed thousands of illusions, directly piercing through the seawater. At the same time, the other person's face darkened. Damn it, you also have the law of water. Yes, not only do I have the law of water, but I'm more proficient in it than you. Yen Ryu pressed her palm forward. Suddenly, the surrounding seawater changed. The water-type half-saint of the Dark Moon Divine Hall was instantly enveloped by a huge blue wave. The wave was extremely terrifying. It had mysterious Tao patterns on it. As it tumbled, it made him vomit blood. The law of shadow. However, in the sea, how can you compare to my doppelganger? Yen Ryu's beautiful eyes shone with a piercing light. Then, she formed a seal. The law of water danced non-stop. The power in her body also rushed out as if she had become the master of the sea. In the endless sea water, Yen Ryu's beautiful face appeared all over the place. The number was much more than the black shadows in the sky. Kill! With a shout, the countless beautiful faces opened their red lips. A terrifying sound wave swept through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The sound wave contained an extremely terrifying killing intent, shattering the countless black shadows. The dark shadow half-saint was also forced back. He vomited blood, and his face was extremely pale. Damn it, a sound wave's soul attack. His soul had been severely injured. Zhao Wuliang and the others were also shocked. The sound wave was too terrifying. Moreover, they were caught off guard and almost got hit. Fortunately, there was a child saint standing beside them. At the critical moment, he opened his saint domain and blocked the sound wave. Elder, this woman is too strange. Let's ask the elder to do it personally. Zhao Wuliang whispered from the side. If two half-saints couldn't take her down, it would be useless to send another one. He also didn't dare to act rashly. Therefore, he hoped that the child saint would act quickly. The child saint also narrowed his eyes. She has some skills. Good, I'll do it personally. He looked forward and said coldly, this seawater is too blue. I don't like it. I like red. As he spoke, the surrounding seawater tumbled and turned red, as if it was dripping blood. A monstrous blood aura rushed over. Yen Ryu instantly frowned. What a terrifying blood-colored aura. This person cultivated the blood fiend Dao. This was the law of blood. As expected, the surrounding blood was too terrifying. That aura could make an ordinary half-saint faint instantly. Surrender obediently. I don't want to hurt you. Chapter 3350. The Blade of Law. Moreover, it wasn't an ordinary blade of law. Yen Ryu's expression instantly became incomparably solemn. They could also condense a law weapon. However, there were two types of such weapons. One was condensed in an instant and dissipated between heaven and earth after the battle. The other was condensed in the body and used the body's power to nurture it over a long period of time. This kind of law weapon was almost the same as a true sacred artifact. In fact, if a powerful saint nurtured a law weapon for thousands of years, its power would probably be even more terrifying than an ordinary sacred artifact. Of course, law weapons still had their shortcomings. If you didn't continue to give it power, its power would become weaker and weaker. In the end, it would dissipate between heaven and earth. However, a sacred artifact was different. Once it was refined, its power wouldn't change and would even become stronger. Therefore, as long as one was a saint, they would dream of having their own sacred artifact. However, a sacred artifact. It was also extremely precious. After all, the materials used to refine a sacred artifact had to be very top-notch. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to withstand the power of the Tao patterns. The child saint in front of her clearly didn't have a true sacred artifact. Moreover, looking at the power of the law weapon, Yen Ryu guessed wrong. It wasn't 1,000 years old, but only 500 to 600 years old. However, it was only 500 to 600 years old, and it was already not something that those half-saints could resist. Yen Ryu also felt a great sense of danger. Sure enough, with a slash, the divine ability around her was split in half. She instantly moved away, and the afterimage was shattered. The robes on his body also began to flutter. Seeing this scene, Zhao Wuliang and the others all laughed. As expected, no matter how powerful the other party was, it was impossible for him to be compared with a true saint. Moreover, it was now a 500-year law weapon. His speed was quite fast, but he could dodge a few more slashes from her. Just now, she had only casually attacked. The child saint seemed to be enjoying this fun and wasn't in a hurry to make a move. Yen Ryu's face darkened. A mere 500-year law weapon dared to be arrogant in front of her. Fine, I'll let you see my methods today. She shouted, and a green light rose from her body. A terrifying and monstrous power instantly exploded. Between heaven and earth, there seemed to be a behemoth awakening, causing Zhao Wuliang and the others to feel the blood in their bodies freeze, and they couldn't breathe. Damn it, what was that? Zhao Wuliang and the others went crazy. They didn't expect Yan Ryu to have such a trump card. The child saint's expression changed as well. A blood-red light burst out of his eyes, turning into two blood-red vortexes as he stared at Yan Ryu. It was as if it wanted to devour her. What a terrifying aura. Could it be a sacred artifact? There was actually a sacred artifact in her body. What a pleasant surprise. If I capture you, I might be able to obtain a true sacred artifact. The child saint was overjoyed. He no longer hesitated. With a wave of his arm, he grabbed the blood-imbibing saber and slashed down. The power of this saber strike was boundless. A half-saint simply couldn't block it. Yan Ryu shouted and pushed out her palm. At that moment, her body was completely enveloped by a cyan color. Even her eyebrows and head seemed to have turned cyan. The strange palm was also covered with green lines that looked like runes. The mysterious power gushed out in an instant. With a boom, a shocking sound rang out. The surrounding seawater was split apart, spreading for who knew how many tens of thousands of li. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The violent roar shook all directions. Inside the formation, Lin Xian and the others had already noticed it. Seeing this scene, their expressions changed and they couldn't help but worry. But soon, Lin Xian smiled and said, "Ryu is fine. Let's hurry up and get the remaining three out." Caw caw caw. There was a shattering sound between heaven and earth, followed by a cry of surprise. How could it be? My blood-imbibing saber. How could it be broken? When the light that filled the sky disappeared, the child saint's face was full of horror. The blood-imbibing saber in his hand had been torn apart, leaving only the hilt in his hand. Zhao Wuliang and the others were dumbfounded. This was a 500-year-old saber of laws, but it was broken in the collision just now. How could it be? Could it be that the other party's palm was a sacred artifact? Damn it, what was that cyan light in the other party's body? Their scalps went numb. The child saint's face was also gloomy. How dare you destroy my 500-year-old weapon of laws? I will definitely make you suffer a fate worse than death. He was truly furious, killing intent spread out from his body as a monstrous sea of blood surrounded him. At this moment, the child saint was like an Azura. Just one look at him could make people faint. Do you really think you are my match? Yan Ryu shouted. Two cyan runes appeared in her eyes. It was extremely strange. The cyan light on her body was even more terrifying. It was as if a cyan figure was attached to her body. Boom! Her palm slammed out. Cyan light flew out with an unparalleled aura, causing the entire world to shake. On the other side, the child saint also shouted furiously, "Suppress!" He used his sacred domain. As long as he could pull the other party into his sacred domain, he would be the ruler. No matter how strong the other party was, they could not do anything to him. The monstrous sea of blood turned into a small world and enveloped Yan Ryu. Success! The child saint smiled. He would make the other party suffer a fate worse than death. However, in the next moment, his smile disappeared from his face. Because his sacred domain was pierced by the other party's palm. Guh. He coughed out a mouthful of blood. His face was dazed. How could it be? His sacred domain was pierced by the other party. What kind of power was this? The other party was only a half-saint. Even if she had a sacred artifact in her hand, she could not use its full power. But why was there such power? He did not know. He could not understand. However, in the next moment, he was sent flying, many cracks appearing on his body. Ah! A miserable cry rang out. Zhao Wuliang and the other four were dumbfounded, they could not help but tremble. The power of a half-saint. Even the dark red divine dragon and the others inside the formation could not help but be surprised when they saw this scene. Northern Demon looked as if he had seen a ghost. When did Yan Ruyu become so powerful? The dark red divine dragon said, I have long felt that there is a mysterious power in this girl's body that I can't figure out. Now it seems that it is indeed so. This power is very strong, kid, it is not weaker than the thing in your body. Lin Xian was also surprised. The thing in his body was the great dragon sword soul. Could it be that there was also a supreme power in Yan Ruyu's body? He did not know, but he could feel that when Yan Ruyu used that power, the great dragon sword soul in his body had already roared excitedly. It wanted to rush out, but if it was not suppressed by him, it would have been filled with sword chi by now. Chapter 33:51. At this time, Lin Xian and the others also took out the last 3 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs. Then, they waved their hands and removed the formation. Outside, the screams stopped. The child saint's body had healed, but his expression was extremely ugly. Zhao Wuliang and the other 4 experts from the Dark Moon Temple were terrified as well. At this time, they saw the formation in front of them disappear, and then 3 figures walked out. When he saw one of the figures, Zhao Wuliang looked as if he had seen a ghost and almost knelt on the ground. Lin Wudi, it's him, he's really here. Zhao Wuliang was really scared. If he was full of confidence before and thought that they had a saint on their side, they could definitely kill the other party. But now, he didn't dare to think so. Just Yan Ryu alone had the power to injure a saint. In addition, Lin Wudi, the North Demon, and a dragon's expert were beside him. This lineup was too strong. Even if they all attacked, they probably couldn't do anything to the other party. Instead, they might have to face death. The elders all looked at the child saint in an instant. The child saint's face was cold. He stared at the 3 new figures and then stared at one of them. It was Lin Wudi. Hand over the treasures on your body and I can spare your life. Lin Xian laughed. You're already beaten up like this, and you still dare to think about the treasures. You must be tired of living. Or have you been a saint for too long and don't know anything about the changes outside? Do you think you have the right to be arrogant in front of us? Lin Xian's words were full of disdain, which made the child saint furious. Damn it, damn it. A mere half-step saint dared to be arrogant in front of him. He was a saint, above heaven and earth, above the half-step saint. Even a half-step saint would have to bow their head respectfully when they saw him. Who dared to be impudent in front of him? Even Zhao Wuliang had to be respectful to him, but this person in front of him dared to mock him. It was really intolerable. Die for me. The surrounding blood sea instantly changed. 2 blood-red vortexes, which looked like 2 gigantic canopies, slashed towards Lin Xian. If he could hit him, he would be able to cut Xiao Xian into 3 pieces. The dark red godly dragon sensed the blood-colored power. His body shook and he quickly retreated. Lin Xian sneered. Pulling out the great destruction spear, the 9-yang divine body completely exploded. It swept across, forming a black torrent. In an instant, the 2 blood-red vortexes were sent flying. He laughed coldly. A saint was nothing more than this. Great spear of destruction. The boy saint's pupils constricted as he stared at the pitch-black weapon. Was this the great spear of destruction? It was indeed very strong. It was definitely a saint artifact. Furthermore, it was an extremely terrifying saint artifact. Brat, the only reason you can block my divine ability is because of the great annihilation spear in your hand. Without this weapon, you are nothing in front of me. The child saint said coldly. Lin Xian sneered in disdain. Is that so? I relied on my weapon, then what did you rely on? I'm not even 100 years old, but what about you? You're at least 2,000 to 3,000 years old, right? You've lived 2,000 to 3,000 years longer than me. Has your cultivation gone to waste? If you weren't a saint today, I would be able to destroy your soul with a single slap. Do you still have the right to be arrogant in front of me? Lin Xian was really disdainful. The child saint was so angry that he vomited blood. He didn't expect that not only would he fail to act cool in front of the other party, but he would also be slapped in the face. Was the other party really less than 100 years old? If that was the case, it would be too terrifying. He had to kill such a peerless genius as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would be his nightmare in the future. Attack together and kill him for me. Hearing the child saint's words, Zhao Wuliang and the others hesitated. Yan Ryu and Lin Wudi both had the combat strength of a saint. Would they be able to defeat them? However, they didn't dare to resist. Otherwise, they would be killed immediately. Therefore, Wu Wu and the others could only bite the bullet and charge forward. Among them, Zhao Wuliang charged towards the North Demon. It seemed that he could only defeat the North Demon. As for Yan Ryu and Lin Wudi, he didn't dare to fight them. Seeing where Zhao Wuliang went, Lin Xian sneered. Trash, you don't even have the courage to face me. What's the point of a trash like you still living in this world? The great spear of destruction carried a terrifying demonic aura and terrifying power. A dragon's roar resounded through heaven and earth. No, elder, save me. Zhao Wuliang was scared out of his wits. He used all his strength and struck out with a shocking attack. At the same time, he screamed crazily. He didn't expect that he still had to face Lin Wudi. Moreover, he realized that the other party's attack was too powerful. It made him feel as if he had fallen into a 10,000-year-old ice cave. In the next moment, a shocking collision sound rang out. Zhao Wuliang felt his hands shatter. Then, it was his arms, and then his body. Everything collapsed into pieces. A black light pierced through his heart. Ah! Then, there was a scream of pain. Zhao Wuliang was scared out of his wits. His soul instantly left his body, hugged a piece of jade, and fled into the distance. The direction he was running in was the direction of the child saint. He wanted to inform the saint to save his life. Courting death. The child saint was also furious. Although Zhao Wuliang had just joined the Dark Moon Temple, his talent was definitely not bad. Such a person could definitely become a saint in the future. But now, their genius couldn't even withstand a single attack from the other party. What was even more despicable was that he saw the other party holding the great spear of destruction and attacking again. Courting death. The child saint struck out with his palm. On his palm, there was a monstrous blood-colored nomological law that transformed into a divine chain of hell, wanting to send Zhao Wuliang into the 18th level of hell. Boz! Lin Xian didn't hold back. The great dragon sword soul surged into the great spear of destruction. With a single strike, it pierced through the blood-colored palm. Saint blood floated down, piercing through everything. This was the blood of a true saint. The energy contained in it was too terrifying. The dark red divine dragon took out a blood-colored gourd and began to absorb the saint blood. In the future, these could be used as materials to create array formations or other things. Lin Xian forcefully pierced through the saint's palm and then arrived in front of Zhao Wuliang's soul. Zhao Wuliang was scared out of his wits. He hurriedly knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Spare my life, spare me. I won't dare to go against you in the future. Spare you. Sure, I'll plant a slave mark on you and make you my slave from now on. Are you willing? Lin Xian's voice was sonorous. Xiao Wuliang was stunned. What? Become his slave. Never to be able to turn over. In that case, he might as well die. Since you're not willing, then die. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Golden runes scattered from his eyes. A soul attack instantly caused Xiao Wuliang's soul to scream. From the looks of it, he had been hit by an eye technique and would probably be tortured for hundreds or thousands of years. Chapter 3352. Dead. In just a few breaths of time, the terrifying peerless genius, Xiao Wuliang, was killed in body and soul. This scene dumbfounded the other four powerhouses of the Dark Moon Temple. Was this really a half-step saint on the same level as them? How could there be such a terrifying half-step saint in the world? Run! They screamed crazily and fled in all directions. At this time, who cared about the saint's orders? It was better to run for their lives first. If you want to escape, stay here. The dark red divine dragon sneered and rushed out. On the other side, the North Demon also made a move. Both of them were top half-step saints. It was definitely not a problem for the two of them to deal with four half-step saints. Therefore, Lin Xian did not care about the four of them anymore. Instead, he turned his head and stared at the child saint. Originally, the child saint was already very aggrieved to deal with Yan Ruyu. Now that he felt Lin Xian's gaze, his eyelids twitched. Damn it, what do you want to do? 2 against 1. You are also top geniuses. Don't you think it's too embarrassing to join forces to attack me? Are you worthy of your title as peerless geniuses? He roared crazily. He really couldn't win against 2 against 1. Hearing this, Lin Xian sneered. We are not worthy of our identity and title, but are you worthy of it? You are a dignified sage, Tuo Tiandi. When you attacked us previously, did you think of your own identity? Have you thought about your face? Why are you talking about your face and identity to us half-step saints now? We are 2 against 1. That's enough respect for you, right? No, damn it, you can't do it. I am an elder of the Dark Moon Temple. If you attack me, you will become an enemy of the Dark Moon Temple. You have to think carefully. The Dark Moon Temple. Yan Ryu also laughed. It was said that it was founded by a saint king in ancient times. We will not kill you. We will give you a chance to live. Give us the inheritance of the saint king and we will let you live. Hearing this, Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. The saint realm was also divided into 9 levels. In the first 5 levels, one's strength would become stronger and stronger. When one reached the 6th level, one would be conferred as a small saint. The 7th heaven was the Saint Venerable. The 8th heaven was the Sage King, and the 9th heaven was the Great Sage. The Great Sage could be said to be the most terrifying existence in the Sage realm. Basically, he was already very close to becoming a great emperor. As long as he took another step, he would be able to break through and become a great emperor. As for the Sage King, it was the 8th level of the Sage realm, an existence second only to the Great Sage. Who would have thought that the Dark Moon Temple was founded by a Sage King? However, after thinking about it for so many years, it was basically impossible for the Dark Moon Temple to have a Sage King. However, he definitely had the inheritance of the Sage King. Yan Ryu's words caused the child saint's expression to completely change. He hurriedly said, I'm only a first-layer saint. How could I have the chance to learn the Saint King's inheritance? I'm not qualified enough in the Dark Moon Divine Palace, and I can't get in touch with the core things. If the two of you let me go, I will definitely not be your enemy in the future. There was no inheritance of the Sage King. In other words, there's no point in keeping you alive. Since that's the case, why don't we just kill you? We won't let the tiger go back to the mountain. Lin Xian held the great spear of destruction. On the other side, Yan Ryu's body was also surrounded by a green light. Damn it, these two juniors have gone too far. I'll fight it out with you. The child saint roared like a madman. However, how could he be a match for the two of them? He might not even be able to defeat the two of them in a one-on-one fight, let alone being besieged by the two of them now. Therefore, after dozens of moves, the child saint's body was pierced and torn into pieces. His soul was holding a blood-red knife and was as fast as a shield. Stay here. Lin Xian waved the great spear of destruction and directly cut off the other party's path. The dragon roar on the great spear of destruction rumbled, and the soul kept rolling and turning dim. At this moment, Yan Ryu added another palm strike. With a boom, the other party's soul was completely shattered. A sage's body and soul were also afraid of being destroyed. Great, clean up the battlefield. The dark red divine dragon and Yan Ryu also killed 4 half-sages. They used the blood gourd to collect the blood of the saints and refine it. Lin Xian, on the other hand, took their storage rings. This was a great harvest. Not only did they obtain 11 10,000-year-old king herbs, but they also obtained a sage's storage ring and 5 half-sages storage rings. Come, let's quickly distribute the spoils. Lin Xian and the others waved their hands, enveloping the surrounding scene. Then, they began to distribute the spoils. The dark red divine dragon was extremely excited. The North Demon and Yan Ryu also smiled. This time, they had really gained a lot. Lin Xian found some spiritual fruits in the sage's storage ring and gave them to Little White. Little White ate happily. Then, he obtained some pills. These pills were all for the sages to cultivate. Lin Xian also distributed some to everyone. He didn't keep any to himself because he was about to be able to cultivate saint-level pills. It seemed that after he left the void ocean and became a sage, he would have to open the great void divine furnace again. At this moment, in another place in the void ocean, there was a huge battle. One of the men held a long spear and his nerves were cold. However, blood was flowing from his body, and there were several terrifying cracks on his body. His body had nearly split into 2 halves. Lu Mu, you can't escape. You're not our match. Hurry up and kneel down and submit to us. Then, we might let you live. As for the treasure, it's ours. You don't have the right to take it. Many people around him sneered. Among them were the Vermilion Bird Duke's people, the Dark Moon Temple's strong cultivators, and even the strong cultivators from other families. Beside Lu Mu, there was a young woman. She was his junior sister. At this moment, she was also covered in blood. Her face was filled with despair. Lu Mu clenched the long spear in his hand and gritted his teeth. Long Zhaotian, are you really going to kill me? Among the few people in front, there was one standing there. It was Long Zhaotian. He sneered. So what if I'm going to kill you? To be honest, you're not my match in a one-on-one fight. Now, there are so many other experts. There were a total of 7 people here. It was already surprising that Lu Mu could last until now. Senior brother, don't worry about me. Hurry up and run. You're burning your life. It won't take you long. Hurry up and leave. The woman in green said quickly. She knew that Lu Mu could withstand the attacks of the 7 people. It wasn't because his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. It was because he had used a secret technique. It was a technique that burned his life and blood in exchange for unparalleled power. Chapter 33:53. Junior sister, it's my fault. I shouldn't have let you follow me. Maybe I should join a big faction. Lumu sighed, his eyes filled with despair. The girl in green beside him shook her head. No, senior brother, leave quickly. Don't worry about me. You're alive. You're a genius. You'll become a saint sooner or later. There's no need to sacrifice yourself for me. Lumu took a deep breath as a look of love appeared in his eyes. How could I abandon you? Junior sister. This is really touching. Long Xiaotian sneered. Why don't you go to hell together and be a couple? Brother Long, that's not right. That girl is so beautiful. It's a pity to kill her. Why don't you give her to me? At this moment, someone from Vermilion Bird Palace laughed. The flames on his body turned into the shape of a golden crow. It was very scary. It seemed that he had the bloodline of the golden crow. If you like her, then I'll give her to you. Long Xiaotian laughed. Lu Mu's expression changed when he heard this. The girl in green beside him also had an extremely ugly expression. Damn it, you dare to touch my junior sister? My Lu family won't let you go. He clenched his teeth and shot out a green light into the sky. To be honest, these people were very powerful and had terrifying factions behind them. Lu Mu didn't want to drag his family into this. But now, these people wanted to attack his junior sister. He had to do this. This signal was to summon the family's experts. Seeing the other party attack, the youth with the golden crow bloodline from Vermilion Bird Palace sneered. The flames on his body were like a sun, instantly enveloping the green light. Then, it was engulfed and burned. Do you want to ask for help? You don't have a chance. Attack, don't give this kid a chance to fight back. Long Xiaotian said coldly. The surrounding experts also walked over and sneered. Senior brother, run. The girl in green screamed. But Lu Mu roared again. His blood and chi burned. He was burning his life force. His combat power became stronger again. An intense battle broke out. Long Xiaotian sneered. Let's see how long you can last. They moved and surrounded the other party, not letting him break out. Finally, Long Xiaotian found a chance to use Dragon roaming the world. Lu Mu's attack. The others also went up and injured Lu Mu. Burning his bloodline power. Those people sneered. Lu Mu suddenly burst forth. The long spear in his hand drew out a stream of light. With the power of laws, it pierced into the void. Wang! He stabbed the man from the Golden Crow clan. The man was scared out of his wits and tried his best to dodge. In the end, the long spear brushed past his body, leaving a bloody mark. Courting death. Jin Wu Lai roared furiously. His palm turned into the phantom of a demonic beast and rushed out. The monstrous law of fire was waved and hit Lu Mu directly. Boom! A hole appeared in Lu Mu's chest and blood kept flowing out. Damn it, you actually dared to injure me. I'm going to play your junior sister to death in front of you. As he spoke, Golden Crow Lai waved his hand and a powerful golden claw enveloped the girl in green. The towering flames ignited the aura of the woman in green. Many parts of her green robe were tattered. No! Lu Mu was in despair. The green-robed woman was also screaming like a madwoman. However, at this moment of crisis, a palm descended from the sky. In an instant, Jin Wulia was sent flying. Boom! He spat out blood and flew backward. Half of his face had fallen asleep. Who dares to meddle in my business? Jean Woollya roared crazily. The flames on his body exploded and circled in the air like a demonic beast. 7 people ganging up on 2 people. How shameless! A sneer was heard, followed by 4 figures descending from the sky. Who are you people? Jean Woollya roared furiously. However, his eyes lit up when he saw that the first person to descend was a woman in white. What a beautiful woman! He realized that the woman in white was much more beautiful than the green-robed woman from before. She could be said to be devastatingly beautiful. However, Long Xiaoqian's expression changed. Yan Ruyu, it's you. He looked behind him again. In the next moment, he was scared out of his wits. North Yao, there's another one, Lin Wudi. Heavens, Lin Wudi is here too. Damn it, let's go. Long Xiaotian turned around and fled without another word. He looked as if he had seen a ghost. The people from the Dark Moon Temple and the Vermilion Bird Palace were also stunned. Some of the family clans were also stunned. They all knew what kind of person Long Xiaotian was. He was a powerhouse in the Dragon Valley. Who could defeat him? Could it be that one of the people in front of them was a sage? They sensed carefully but did not find anyone with the aura of a sage. The people from Vermilion Bird Palace did not recognize Lin Xian either. After all, not everyone was there to watch the battle. They only knew of Lin Wudi's name but had never seen him in person. Therefore, they sneered at that moment. Since there are still people who don't know what's good for them, they won't hold back. After being rescued, the green-robed woman looked at Yan Ryu gratefully. Lu Mu was trembling with excitement. You're here. You're here. He naturally recognized Lin Xian and the others. Lin Xian looked at him and frowned slightly. His aura was very weak. It seemed that he had fought with his life on the line. There was probably no way to save him. Lu Mu looked at Lin Xian and opened his mouth slightly. Lin Xian walked over. What do you want to say? He squatted down and asked. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to die here. There are treasures below. You must protect my junior sister's safety. Lu Mu stretched out a hand and placed it in front of Lin Xian with a trembling hand. Then, his aura became weaker and weaker. Finally, his gaze moved away from Lin Xian and looked at the green-robed woman with a smile. In the next moment, his aura was gone. No! Senior brother! The green-robed woman screamed crazily. Lin Xian sighed and took the key from her hand. Then, he stood up and nodded. Don't worry, I'll help you fulfill your last wish. I'll protect your junior sister well. I'll also help you kill these people. You can rest in peace. As he spoke, he turned around and looked forward. The green-robed woman hugged Lu Mu's corpse and cried bitterly. Yan Ryu and the others frowned. Was there no way to save him? Lin Xian shook his head. He had burned his own life as the price to display his powerful strength. Fortunately, he had used up too much energy. There was no way to save him. Now, he could only avenge him. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked forward. You still want to kill us? You still want to avenge Lu Mu? You really don't know what's good for you. The people of the Dark Moon Temple sneered. In addition, the people of the other families stared at Lin Xian. Chapter 33-54. His fist turned into the shape of a golden crow. Despicable human, who do you think you are? How dare you use my golden crow's divine ability? Jinwu Lai was furious. He had the bloodline of the Golden Crow, so the phantoms on his body all carried the aura of the Golden Crow. How dare his opponent use the divine ability of the Golden Crow? He was courting death. The raging flames on his body covered the sky and covered the earth, surging forward. Die! He wanted to burn his opponent to death with his flames. Although he was a genius of the Vermilion Bird Palace, he had the bloodline of the Golden Crow, so the flames on his body were extremely terrifying. He was confident that he would not lose to Yen Nantian in terms of fire attribute divine ability. However, his luck came to an end. He met Lin Xian. Lin Xian's 9-sun fist turned into a golden stream of light and rushed into the sea of flames. It bombarded all directions. The surrounding flames surged and a hole was punched out. A golden fist came in front of Jin Wulai. How is this possible? Jin Wulai's expression changed. How could his opponent be so powerful? He wanted to escape, but his head was blown off by the punch. He wanted to escape with his soul. The 9-sun divine fire ignited his soul in an instant. Miserable cries rang out. In just an instant, his soul was extinguished. His headless body fell down and blood flowed wildly. The surrounding experts were all stunned and swallowed their saliva. Is Jin Wulai dead? Was he killed by a punch? Who is this person? Jin Wulai's strength was not the strongest among them, but he was ranked in the top 3. But now, he could not even block a punch from his opponent. Who the hell are you? The other experts asked in a trembling voice. I am Lin Wudi. All of you should die. What? Lin Wudi. You are Lin Wudi. The surrounding people were all stunned. Their faces were full of horror. The person in front of them was Lin Wudi. He was an existence that could suppress Yen Nantian. They finally knew why Long Xiaotian ran away at the first moment. It turned out that he had already recognized him. Damn it, don't you people of the Vermilion Bird Palace know him? The people of the Dark Moon Palace roared crazily. The faces of the people from the other clans also turned ugly. The people of the Vermilion Bird Palace were filled with regret. How could we know him? We didn't participate in that battle. We only knew his name. Why are you complaining? Run! They fled madly in all directions. This method of escape was the most effective because there was always someone who could escape. Trying to escape. Lin Xian stomped his foot, causing the earth to tremble. Endless waves rolled and turned into sea dragons that rushed out. Lin Xian also knew the law of water, so his strength was equally terrifying in the sea. Boom! Boom! How could these people be a match for Lin Xian? Therefore, in an instant, they were torn apart by the sea dragon, and even their souls were devoured. Screams of agony rang out, and then they all disappeared. Blood dyed the bottom of the sea red, spreading in all directions with the current. Lin Xian turned his head and looked at Lu Mu's corpse. I've already killed your enemy for you. Long Xiaotian is still missing, but I won't let him go. As for your junior sister's safety, Before Lin Xian could finish, his pupils shrank. The surrounding people also exclaimed in surprise. The woman in green hugged Lu Mu's corpse, her face full of tears. Suddenly, she pulled out a dagger that shone with a cold light and stabbed it towards her own heart. Poof! Blood spurted out, and the woman in green fell into Lu Mu's arms. Senior brother, I'll accompany you on the road to hell. You won't be lonely. No, how could it be like this? Yen Ryu hurriedly squatted down and tried to save her. However, the woman in green said, it's useless. The dagger is coated with poison. Anyone below the Saint Realm will die without a doubt. Each of them stood on a wall and began to comprehend with all their might. Lin Xian came to the northern wall and looked at the Tao patterns carved on the wall. He gradually became shocked. At first, he could not see anything. But gradually, Lin Xian realized that the surrounding Tao patterns were all flowing. Then, he seemed to see a boundless pitch-black sea, and a colossal creature charged out. It was a fish, a black fish. It was extremely terrifying, like a black demonic mountain. It rose into the air and began to transform. It grew golden wings and seemed to transform into a huge golden bird that soared into the 9 heavens. Chapter 33:55. Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. He was stunned. Kunpeng was a divine beast of heaven and earth. It was extremely powerful and was not weaker than the dragons and Qilins. Could it be that this skeleton was a Kunpeng expert when it was alive? And what was carved on the wall was also a Kunpeng mystique? Lin Xian did not know. He could only activate his heavenly secret divine eyes. In front of him, the Kunpeng began to soar into the sky. Its speed was extremely fast. It was a movement technique. Lin Xian was shocked. He memorized the Kunpeng's image in his mind. He closed his eyes and carefully comprehended it. When he opened his eyes, the Kunpeng's image on the wall had disappeared. Even the nomological Tao patterns had disappeared. He was shocked. Yen Ryu and the others' exclamations could be heard from the other 3 walls. It had disappeared. Obviously, the 3 of them had also comprehended the mystique on the wall. And it seemed that this mystique could only be comprehended by one person. After one person comprehended it, it had disappeared. What did you guys comprehend? The dark red dragon asked. Lin Xian said. I saw a Kunpeng. It should be the Kunpeng movement technique. Kunpeng. The dark red dragon screamed. The North Demon and Yen Ryu gasped. They were all related to the demon race. Naturally, they knew what the Kunpeng represented to the demon race. It was a powerful existence that was not inferior to dragons. Moreover, the Kunpeng was extremely rare now. There were far fewer dragons. However, no one doubted the strength of the Kunpeng. Therefore, when they heard that Lin Xian saw a Kunpeng, they were shocked. Was it not the Kunpeng mystique that they saw? Lin Xian was also surprised. He thought that the sage here was a sage of the Kunpeng race. Now, it seemed that it was not. The North Demon shook his head. I saw a wood elemental saber technique called the longevity saber. I saw a palm descending from the sky. It was like the palm of a god. When it struck out, it froze everything. It was the heaven double palm. Yen Ryu said. The dark red divine dragon said, what I saw was the heavenly dragon divine claw. It was just a human expert who used the dragon form. If I were to use it, my power would definitely be stronger than his. It seemed like the 4 of them saw different things. Also, it was unknown whether it was a coincidence or some other reason, but what they saw was very suitable for them. Looking at this power, it should be a law mystical ability. Even if it wasn't, it was close, because it was really too difficult to comprehend. The dark red divine dragon screamed. The others nodded as well. They were ecstatic. For nomological mystical abilities. What an unexpected surprise. A law divine ability was much stronger than an ordinary divine ability. Since we obtained the nomological mystical abilities here, we should express our gratitude. After all, it was a divine ability cultivation method left behind by this senior. Lin Xian suggested. The 4 of them nodded. Then, they came in front of the 5-colored skeleton and bowed deeply. Thank you, Senior, for bestowing the nomological mystical abilities to us. We will definitely bring them to greater heights. Crack. Suddenly, a sound rang out. A stone platform suddenly rose from the ground where Lin Xian or the five-colored skeleton crystal was. There were actually 4 crystals on it that flickered with incomparable light. These were divine crystals. Everyone was puzzled. They weren't surprised by the divine crystals. They had many in their hands. However, Yen Ryu exclaimed. These were law divine crystals. Look, there were many nomological Tao patterns carved on them. Indeed, they could tell at a glance that these weren't ordinary divine crystals. The Tao patterns contained on them were really too complicated. Chapter 3356. Ah! Long Xiaotian screamed in agony. His face was shattered and his body was covered in cracks. It was a terrifying sight. Who do you think you are? Even if you call yourself a sage, do you think you can be so arrogant in front of me? Lin Xian sneered. The people of Dragon Valley were stunned. How dare Long Xiaotian attack Long Xiaotian in front of them? Where did he get his confidence from? Just because he could defeat Yan Nantian. They had to admit that Yan Nantian's future was limitless after using the successor of the earth. But so what? No matter how strong Yan Nantian was, he was still a young man. They, on the other hand, had been cultivating for thousands of years. The blood of the dragons was strong. Even if Yan Nantian was here, they could still suppress him. Did he really dare to go against them? Long Xiaotian was stunned by the slap. His head was still smashed and his body kept shaking. He could not heal his wounds immediately. The Dragon Valley Saint's face fell completely. This time, he had come to support Long Xiaotian. At the same time, he wanted to obtain the treasures in the cave. But now, someone dared to injure Long Xiaotian in front of him. This was a slap to his face, a slap to the Dragon Valley's face. You're courting death. A Dragon Valley elite beside him was furious. How dare you attack us in front of us? How arrogant! Long Xiaotian regained his senses at this moment. He quickly regained his head and screamed like a madman. Elder, kill him. You must kill him. Capture him and skin him alive. Use the fire of the dragons to burn his soul. Make him wish he was dead. His voice was filled with malice. The North Demon and the others gasped. On the other hand, Lin Xian laughed coldly and sent a slap out. How dare you threaten me? Do you really think I won't kill you? The slap tore Long Xiaotian's body into pieces. Blood and organs flowed all over the ground. It was a ghastly sight. You're courting death. The Dragon Valley elites were enraged. A person shouted coldly and stretched out his hand. It was a black dragon expert. His pitch-black claws carried an incomparably gloomy and cold aura. The slap shattered the void and formed a large black hole that swallowed Lin Xian. I'm not afraid of you. In the face of his opponent's attack, Lin Xian did not dodge at all. Instead, he raised his fist and directly pushed it forward. There was nothing fancy about this punch. Clearly, it was pure physical strength. Boom! Their fists collided in the air, producing a sky-shaking sound. Lin Xian's 9 sons' divine fist did not have any abnormalities. As for the black dragon's claw, it trembled slightly and retreated. Where are you going? 9 sons opened his palm and grabbed forward again. This time, his palm was like a golden 5-fingered mountain. It quickly rushed over and grabbed the other party's black dragon claw. Then, he used his strength to break it. Crack! The sound of bones breaking could be heard. Following that was a muffled groan. Lin Xian exerted some force in his palm and tore off the other party's arm. Pang pang pang. The black dragon from the Dragon Valley quickly retreated. His expression was extremely unsightly, and he was even trembling slightly as he held on to his wound. The other powerhouses from the Dragon Valley were stunned. The one who attacked was not an ordinary person. It was a black dragon powerhouse who was sent down by a saint. His physique was so strong that he could even compete with a saint. But now, he was injured in one move by the other party. Even his arm was torn off by the other party. How could the other party's physique be so strong? As expected of the Nine Suns' divine body. His physique was indeed very strong. At this moment, the old saint from the Dragon Valley spoke. However, no matter how strong you are only a half-saint. Can you really be compared to me? The dark golden wings on his back trembled slightly. Immediately, countless cracks spread in all directions. Endless precepts transformed into divine chains that circled around the area. A terrifying sage's aura descended from the sky. Feeling this aura, the dark red dragon and the others frowned. Yen Ryu was also surprised. She and Lin Xian had killed a saint before. The aura of that child saint was too weak compared to the current dragons. Be careful. Yen Ryu reminded him. Lin Xian nodded his head and looked at the other party with a cold smile. A saint of the dragons. You are old. This era does not belong to you. So, hurry up and get lost. Otherwise, if you piss yours truly off, yours truly will break your bones. Hearing this, Yen Ryu was speechless. Didn't she say to be careful? The other powerhouses from the Dragon Valley looked terrible as well. Damn it! How dare the other party talk to their saint in such a manner? How arrogant! Elder, I'll go kill him. At this moment, another person spoke again. He was about to rush over. Lin Xian laughed coldly. A saint's clone was not enough. Get lost. This time, he lifted his foot and kicked forward. The sole of his foot seemed to have turned into a sharp heavenly blade, cleaving everything in its path. With a boom, the saint's clone was sent flying. Enough. Go to hell. Seeing this, the saint of the Dragon Valley was completely enraged. He slapped out with his palm. His palm was dark gold in color, and the aura it gave off was enough to send chills down one's spine. The northern demon and the others retreated hurriedly. Lin Xian hollered out coldly as well. His fist flew out and turned into a kunpeng. The golden fist spread its wings and clashed against the dark gold palm. Clang! The sound of an intense collision rang out as Lin Xian retreated. His arms were numb. But soon, the energy within his body surged out, and his fighting strength soared once more. A saint. That was all there was to it. Elder, this fella is really strange. You must give it your all. Long Zhaotian fought once more. Noisy. Go to hell. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a sharp glint. The great destruction spear flew out and pinned Long Zhaotian to the ground. With a burst of strength, Long Zhaotian's soul was torn apart. This time around, he was completely dead. Old fogey, let me see what capabilities you have to be so arrogant in front of me. Lin Xian took out the great destruction spear as his aura climbed endlessly. At this moment, he was like a peerless king. With a stomp of his feet, the earth cracked. Kill! Lin Xian attacked fiercely. The great destruction spear charged forward with a piercing sword chi. Boom! 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 The saint of the Dragon Valley waved his dark gold dragon claw and turned into a sky full of dragon shadows to fight back. An earth-shattering collision rang out. But soon, the saint was enraged. He was courting death. Obviously, he did not gain any advantage in the collision just now. In fact, he was at a disadvantage. This scene stunned the remaining powerhouses of the Dragon Valley. Their elder and saint were at a disadvantage in the hands of the other party. It was hard to believe. Well, I only wanted to kill you with my physical strength. But it seems like you have some strength. Well, then, you will die under my laws. Chapter 33:57. As soon as the flame appeared, Yen Ryu and the others trembled, revealing a look of horror. The fire of law. The other party had comprehended the law of fire, and it was not an ordinary flame. It was a very strange flame. Great, the elder is serious. That kid is dead. The Dragon Valley powerhouse sneered and retreated to watch the battle. Lin Xian also frowned. Dark golden flame. The law of fire, the other party's flame aura, made him a little shocked. Boz. The Dragon Valley sage made his move. The dark golden flame turned into streams of light, like two dragon swords, and rushed over. Lin Xian sneered, his body swayed, and disappeared strangely. When he reappeared, he was already beside the old man. The spear of destruction pierced the dark golden wings. What a fast speed! The Dragon Valley powerhouse exclaimed, and even the Dragon Valley sage was surprised. The speed almost made him unable to react. This guy's speed is so fast. The dark red dragon was also surprised. He had been with Lin Xian for a long time, so he naturally knew of Lin Xian's strength. But he did not expect the speed to shock him. Yen Ryu said. It should be the law of supernatural abilities that he said he comprehended on the four walls just now. It should be the Kuan-Peng movement technique. The speed of the Kuan-Peng body technique was simply too fast. Even the sages were shocked. Boom! The spear of destruction struck the dark golden wings forcefully. The dark golden wings kept shaking, and the flames on them drifted out. What a strong physique! Lin Xian was surprised. If it was an ordinary half-step sage, the spear would have pierced through. But the dark golden wings were unharmed. Lin Xian was surprised, and the dragon's powerhouse was even more shocked. He was a sage, and a half-step sage could not even get close to him, let alone attack him. But now, the young man in front of him had broken all the rules and crashed into the dark golden wings. Although his wings weren't broken, the huge force caused his blood to boil. Courting death. He fought back like a madman, and the two of them fought fiercely. The dark golden light and the black torrent kept colliding. Every strike was earth-shattering. The other half-saints of the dragons all retreated far away. Yen Ryu and the others also retreated to the side. Buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly, Lin Xian's body was covered in a layer of strange flowing light. His feet flickered, and his speed increased to the extreme. In the blink of an eye, 108,000 attacks were unleashed, all of them converging on a single point, causing an earth-shattering collision. The Dragon Valley Saint was sent flying, and a crack appeared on his wing. Then, with a cracking sound, a piece of his wing fell off. Blood instantly sprayed out, and the dark golden flames evaporated the surrounding seawater. Ah! You dare to hurt me, damn it! The Dragon Valley elder roared like a madman. He pretended to be crazy and his eyes were red. The experts of the Dragon Valley were also stunned. Was their elder injured? What did they see? A half-step saint had injured a saint. Was this a dream? You want to kill me? You're not qualified. Lin Xian was incomparably strong. What's so great about a saint? It's not like I haven't killed one before. Boom! The great dragon sword spirit roared again and merged with the great destruction spear. His combat strength rose to the extreme, and with a strike, the black torrent was like a peerless sword light, splitting the entire world. Boom! The Dragon Valley Elder was also sent flying. He screamed, and the fire precept on his body was monstrous. A dark golden saint domain rushed out and enveloped Lin Xian. At the same time, Lin Xian shouted coldly, "Ryu, go and finish off the others." Yan Ryu and the others looked at the other experts of the Dragon Valley. Hee, this is a good opportunity to test my heavenly dragon divine claw. The dark red divine dragon walked out and looked at the experts of the Dragon Valley with a cold smile. The people of the Dragon Valley frowned. Ants, you dare to attack us. Dragon blood surged in their bodies, but the dark red divine dragon was not afraid. With a dragon roar, the half-step saints of the Dragon Valley were stunned. Damn it, the other party's bloodline seemed to be much stronger than theirs. Fine, then I'll test my longevity saber. The North Demon also activated the myriad demon body. He was not afraid of the dragon's bloodline at all. Yan Ryu's white hands were like the palms of a celestial emperor. The surrounding seawater was instantly frozen. Sky Frost Palm. Boom! 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 A half-step saint of the Dragon Valley was instantly frozen. His body was shattered into pieces along with the ice. Although he was not killed, he was severely injured in an instant. He frantically retreated. Damn it, what's wrong with this woman? How can she be so strong? The other three half-step saints of the Dragon Valley were also sent flying by the dark red divine dragon and the North Demon. The dragon claw in the sky was too terrifying. It was like the heavenly dragon claw. On the other side, the green saber light was like an indestructible longevity saber. After it was sent out, its aura was continuous. In an instant, the four half-step saints of the Dragon Valley were beaten until they screamed in pain. Damn it, how can it be like this? The saint of the dragon bone roared crazily. He could not understand why these half-step saints were so strong. Yes, it's that cave. They must have found a peerless treasure in the cave. These cultivation techniques are very strange. They are like laws and superpowers. Capture these people. I must capture them. Do not let any of them go. The eyes of the Dragon Valley Saint turned red. Boom! Dark golden flames danced on his body. His body kept expanding until he turned into a dark golden dragon. When he spread his wings, they covered the sky and the sun. He was extremely powerful. Roar! He opened his mouth and spat out endless dark golden flames. They turned into a golden storm that swept in all directions. The terrifying law of fire spread out. In an instant, the entire space collapsed. It could not withstand this power at all. Lin Xian executed the Kuan Ping movement technique and dodged the golden flames in the sky. He shuttled back and forth continuously. Buzz! Suddenly, his body trembled. A dark golden sky above him pressed down. It was the old man's eyes. The old man's eyes were like two dark golden suns. They firmly locked onto him and imprisoned him. The Saint Domain instantly enveloped Lin Xian. Damn it, kid, melt for me. The dark golden flames were very terrifying. The old man's law and realm were also very frightening. Therefore, under the Saint Domain, everything was turned to ashes. It was not a problem for him to kill a saint of the first heaven, let alone the old man. Lin Xian was enveloped by the dark golden Saint Domain. The raging flames burned him. As expected, many cracks appeared on his body. It had to be said that the power of the old man's law was too strong. Even among saints of the first heaven, it was extremely powerful. Kill. Chapter 33:58. At this moment, Lin Xian's body seemed to have changed. He turned into a huge black fish that kept rolling in the flames. Everyone, please search for the most complete novel. Every roll brought about a huge force. This scene was exactly what he had seen when he was comprehending the Kuan-Ping movement technique. At that time, he saw a black fish rolling in the Black Sea. Then, it soared into the sky and soared into the 9 heavens. At that time, this scene had a huge impact on him. Therefore, he evolved into the form of a Kuan-Ping. On his body, the fragments of the law of water kept dancing. As he rolled, they caused an unusually strong destructive force. After 9 rolls, cracks appeared on the dark golden sacred domain. At the same time, Lin Xian's body suddenly bounced up and flew up quickly. It was like a Kuan-Ping flying out of the sea and soaring into the 9 heavens. The momentum of this attack was simply too powerful. Lin Xian held the Great Destruction Spear and rushed up. Boom! The sacred domain was broken. Pfft! The Dragon Valley sage vomited blood. His huge body kept trembling. His face was full of horror. How could this be? How could the other party break through his sacred domain? This was unbelievable. This person could go against the mortal world and attack a sage. A sage was an existence that transcended heaven and earth. They suppressed everything. Everyone below the sage was an ant. This saying was not wrong. But now, an ant could go against the heavens and attack a sage. It was unbelievable. In the next moment, he was scared out of his wits. This was because Lin Xian's speed soared again. It was unbelievably fast. Even he could not catch up. How could he be so fast? The Dragon Valley sage could only summon his sacred domain back to his side to defend and then look for an opportunity to counterattack. To be honest, he had never been so aggrieved, especially in the hands of a half-saint. Lin Xian was getting more and more familiar with the use of the Kuan-Ping movement technique. Therefore, his speed was getting faster and faster. At the same time, Lin Xian once again used his nomological mystique. In the blink of an eye. It was too fast. In an instant, he had used it dozens of times. In the blink of an eye, an incomparably profound and terrifying power had blocked the destructive aura. The Northern Demon and the Crimson Godly Dragon were also surprised when they felt the power. Especially the Dark Red Divine Dragon. This aura was too terrifying. Could it be that the thing in his body was that thing? Damn it, this is impossible. Yen Ryu activated her trump card and blocked the destructive aura. Then, the 3 of them retreated in an orderly manner. The berserk energy in front of him was still continuing. Immediately after, a dragon's roar could be heard. Junior, take my desolate dragon fist. A furious roar rang out. Then, a dark golden fist lit up in the endless seawater between heaven and earth. It was too resplendent. Even from tens of millions of miles away, one could see that this fist carried an extremely strong power. It danced around continuously, turning into fist shadows that filled the sky. Desolate Dragon Fist. Heavens, this is the ultimate technique of the Dragon Valley. When the experts in the distance heard this, they were extremely shocked. Furthermore, judging from the laws and the might of the attack, it was definitely the attack of a sage. The saints of the Dragon Valley were making their move. Who was he targeting? Was it another sage? They didn't know, but they could imagine that the one who could fight against the Dragon Valley sage was definitely a sage. Boom! 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 The desolate dragon fist was too powerful. It carried a primordial power that could shatter everything. Even though Lin Xian had the Kuan Ping movement technique, he was still forced to retreat. Chapter 33:59. The surrounding seawater was vast and mighty. Along with Lin Xian's movements, the essence of the sea quickly condensed and formed one blue dragon after another. The area in front seemed to have become the birthplace of the dragons. The dragons appeared out of thin air, and their terrifying roars resounded through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Damn it, what are they giving birth to? The people in the distance were all stunned. They had heard 2 dragon roars before, but now, they heard thousands of dragons roaring. It was as if many dragons had appeared at the bottom of the sea. What was going on? Could it be that all the powerhouses of the Dragon Valley had moved out? They were too shocked. Although they were curious, no one dared to step forward. They all retreated. When he heard Lin Xian's words, the Dragon Valley sage sneered. The 10,000 dragons portrait. What a joke. That was the ultimate weapon of the dragons. No one knew which world it existed in. However, the person in front of him definitely did not have it. But soon, he was stunned because he found that the countless blue dragons in front of him were quickly condensing into a picture. The aura emitted by the pattern was too terrifying, causing his body to tremble slightly. His heart was beating violently as if it had been struck by thunder. How was this possible? The Dragon Valley sage was about to go crazy. The 10,000 dragons portrait, the other party had really condensed it. Although he had never seen the Emperor weapon of the dragons, when he saw the scene in front of him at this moment, he did not doubt that this was the real 10,000 dragons portrait. But how was this possible? Could it be that the other party really had the 10,000 dragons portrait? No. Soon, the Dragon Valley sage came back to his senses, and his eyes shone with an extremely cold light. It definitely could not be an ultimate weapon. How terrifying was an ultimate weapon? That was the weapon of a great emperor. Once the Supreme Emperor's aura was released, even a First Heaven sage would not be able to control it. He would definitely be pressed to the ground. But now, although the aura in front of him was incomparably terrifying, it did not make him kneel on the ground. This meant that this was not an ultimate weapon, but something that the other party had evolved with some kind of divine ability. However, the scene was too real, and he could not react in time. This kid must have seen the real 10,000 dragons illustration. I must capture him and force him to tell me where the 10,000 dragons illustration is. He was too shocked. That was the ultimate weapon of the dragons. He had to find it. Desolate dragon fished, dragon shakes the 9 heavens. It was the same for the Dragon Valley saint, who used his most powerful fish technique. The aura on his body kept exploding. 9 huge dragon shadows coiled around his body, and all the dragon heads gathered in his fist. Die for me. A terrifying fist blasted out. At the same time, on the other side, Lin Xian also pushed out the 10,000 dragons picture. Boom. Boom. Although it was just an evolved diagram, Lin Xian had seen the real 10,000 dragon diagram before. Coupled with the great dragon sword soul, it was unparalleled. Therefore, this attack was definitely beyond the imagination of a saint. When the 10,000 dragons picture attacked, the desolate dragon fist was immediately crushed by it. The dragon head continuously roared and unleashed supreme laws, wanting to pierce through. However, they could not do it at all. The blue dragon seemed to carry the power of the entire sea of void. In an instant, it suppressed the desolate dragon fist. The 9 dragon heads were also completely sealed. The blue 10,000 dragons illustration was still pushing towards the Saint of the Dragon Valley. How was this possible? How could it be so powerful? The Saint of the Dragon Valley was stunned. His dragon shocks the 9 heavens was shattered in an instant. He retreated crazily, but the 10,000 dragons illustration suddenly burst out with endless light, completely enveloping him. In the next moment, a shocking sound rang out. Thousands of dragon roars exploded at the same time. The entire bottom of the sea sank into darkness. No one dared to approach. Yen Ryu unleashed the green light on her body to the extreme. It seemed to have turned into a green lotus that completely enveloped them. They were like small boats in the raging storm, constantly tumbling about. However, the cyan light was extremely powerful. It actually managed to forcibly block the attack. This made the dark red divine dragon and the north beast secretly heave a sigh of relief. It took a long time for the raging energy between heaven and earth to gradually dissipate. The figure of the Dragon Valley Saint appeared. His armor was shattered, and many parts of his body were pierced. Blood flowed out. Dark golden blood dyed the surrounding seawater red. How was this possible? The saint's entire body was in pain, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. That attack just now was too powerful. If he had not activated his bloodline at the last moment, he would have been killed by now, wouldn't he? He was not dead. The physique of the dragon clan was indeed strong. Lin Xian said coldly. He was very surprised that this attack did not kill the saint. But so what? The saint was already at the end of his rope. He could easily kill him next. Therefore, he held the great spear of destruction and walked forward with a cold expression. Tap, tap, tap. Lin Xian's footsteps echoed between heaven and earth like thunder. The Dragon Valley Saint's expression became more and more unpleasant. Was he going to die at the hands of this junior today? He was unwilling to accept this. However, at this moment, a clear clapping sound drifted over. Not bad, not bad. As expected of the successor of the 9 sons, the successor of the Dragon Valley. You can beat a first heaven saint into such a sorry state. This is really an eye-opener. As soon as this voice came out, Lin Xian stopped in his tracks and frowned. The Dragon Valley Saint was also shocked. Was there someone else? Great. A glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes. There was indeed someone hiding here. I didn't expect you to appear at this time. Lin Xian looked into the distance. He had long felt uneasy, as if someone was watching him. However, he did not dare to split himself too much in the battle with the Dragon Valley Saint, so he could not fully investigate. Oh, you actually knew of my existence in advance. Humph, kid, since you know I'm here, why don't you hurry up and kneel down and hand over all your treasures? A figure jumped out of the endless seawater. It was a middle-aged man wearing blue armor and carrying a blue spear on his back. The laws on his body danced, releasing a powerful force. A saint. Another saint. Moreover, what surprised Lin Xian was that the aura on this person was familiar. Could it be one of the 3 clones of the saints that he had killed earlier? It seemed that the other party's main body was here. You must be one of the 3 clones, right? How dare you come here? Haven't I killed enough of your clones? Since you dare to come, you can stay here. Lin Xian's voice was cold as he said arrogantly. Kid, you are very arrogant. I know that geniuses are arrogant. It's normal for you to have such an attitude. But you are too confident. You actually dared to kill my clone. Later, I will definitely torture you to death. Chapter 3360. Come out, you guys. How long are you going to hide? The saint in blue armor said coldly to the void. Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. The expressions of Yen Ruyu and the others in the distance also changed. Oh no, could there be other saints? Hee, looks like you're quite sharp. You actually noticed our presence. I originally wanted to take advantage of the situation, but it seems like I can't do that. But forget it, since this kid dared to kill my clone, I'll deal with him personally. Two more voices were heard. Following it, two sages walked out from the crowd. As soon as they appeared, they froze the sea, and the entire space was filled with saint aura. Lin Xian also felt a great pressure on his body, as if 4 sacred mountains were pressing down on him. 2 more saints, and from the looks of it, they should be the main bodies of the 3 saints. One of the saints had 2 colors on his body, green and red. The red was the light of fire, but it seemed that the power of fire was suppressed in the void sea. So it wasn't very strong. The other green light was the power of wind, and that was the law of wind. This person had comprehended 2 laws. The other person had a zither on his back. It was made of the tendons of a flood dragon and the bones of a tiger. From the looks of it, they should have something to do with the law of sound. The Wind Demon Saint, Tianyin Shangren, and Nanhai Saint. The Dragon Valley Saint was shocked. He didn't expect 3 more saints to come, and it seemed like they were all here for the kid in front of him. It's over. 3 saints are attacking, and all of them are in a powerful state. The kid is definitely dead. However, he probably couldn't get the kid. In that case, he wouldn't be able to get the kid's secrets. No, damn it. I don't care about the other things, but I have to get the whereabouts of the 10,000 dragons diagram. The Dragon Valley Saint hurriedly said. The 3 of you, how about we work together to take him down? I know this kid has many treasures and secrets, but I don't want them. I only want one. I want him to tell me the whereabouts of the 10,000 dragons diagram. Okay. The Wind Demon Saint nodded with a smile. If he only told them the whereabouts of the 10,000 dragons diagram, it wouldn't affect them. After all, the 10,000 dragons portrait was the ultimate weapon of dragons. They had no intention of taking it. The Heavenly Sound Saint looked at the Dragon Valley Saint and said indifferently, you don't have to do anything. Wait until the 3 of us catch that kid, and we'll tell you about the 10,000 dragon picture. How about that? From the looks of it, he was doing the Dragon Valley a favor. Thank you. However, since this kid dared to injure me so severely, I definitely want to do it myself. Don't worry, today's matter can be considered as a favor to the 3 of you. If I need help in the future, I will definitely return it. Alright, we can talk about these things after the battle. Let's deal with this kid first. The South Sea Saint pulled out the long spear on his back with a flip of his hand. Immediately, the surrounding seawater surged along with him. The 4 members of the Great Sage were about to make a move. Lin Xian was surrounded by the 4 members of the Great Sage. He felt a great pressure. Fortunately, he had a divine body, and his physique was comparable to a saint's, so he was able to resist. Otherwise, any other half-saint would have collapsed long ago. Even so, he still felt a lot of pressure. After all, it was not a problem for him to kill 1 saint. However, if 4 saints attacked together, it would be too troublesome. To be honest, with his current strength, he was still unable to fight 4 saints at the same time. Fighting 2 saints was already his limit. However, this time, it was not just him. Indeed, in the distance, Yen Ruyu and the dark red dragon flew over. Oh, there were also companions. However, they were all half-saints. They would not be able to withstand a single blow. The South Sea Saint glanced at them and snorted in disdain. The other saints also nodded. After all, not everyone could defeat people who were stronger than Lin Xian and Yan Nantian. Ordinary saints, even the top half-saints, could not be compared to them at all. Lin Xian looked at Yan Ryu and the others. Yan Ryu already knew what Lin Xian meant, so Yan Ryu said in a deep voice, "I can help you block one." The dark red dragon said, "I can block one too. I have already set up the heaven-crippled chessboard. I am still unable to fight a saint alone, but I can help the dark red dragon. Moreover, I can heal the three of you at the same time." The North Demon said in a deep voice. "Okay, leave the Dragon Valley Saint and the other kind of saint to me. You guys hold back the other two. When the time comes, we will kill them together." Lin Xian laughed loudly. He was not afraid at all. As they spoke, the four of them had assigned the tasks. The four saints opposite them were stunned. After hearing this, they all laughed out loud. What did these people say? These people can fight against us alone. What a joke. Lin Xian can fight saints who are stronger than him. Forget it. They had seen it with their own eyes. But what about that woman and that dragon? Those two might be half-saints. What was even more despicable was that Lin Xian said that he could fight against two saints alone. What a joke. Even geniuses have their limits. It is good to be confident, but if you are overconfident, you will be an idiot. What a bunch of ignorant ants. Do they really think that they are the chosen ones? Can they go against mortals and kill saints? Don't talk nonsense with them. Just kill them directly. It is a waste of time to talk to such trash. Boz. Among them, Heavenly Sound Saint raised his finger and flicked it out. Immediately, a terrifying sound wave spread between heaven and earth. The sound wave was too strange and powerful. It was the law of sound. The North Demon and the Dark Red Dragon felt the violent collision. Many cracks appeared on their bodies. Yan Ryu shouted, and the green light on her body surged. It turned into a green lotus and was held in her hand. Then, she swept it forward. Immediately, the sound waves in the sky were blocked. Yan Ryu charged towards Heavenly Sound Saint. The illusory green lotus-like figure that descended from the sky made Heavenly Sound Saint's expression change instantly. He quickly retreated and dodged the attack. Then, his expression turned abnormally ugly. At the same time, the North Demon shouted coldly and activated the 10,000 monster body. A divine tree that reached the sky appeared behind him. The two branches on the tree supported him and the Dark Red Dragon, providing them with a strong recovery ability. The cracks on his and the Dark Red Dragon's bodies instantly healed. As for the Dark Red Dragon, it roared angrily. A black and white chessboard appeared in its hand, and it smashed forward. In an instant, it enveloped South Sea Saint. An array. It can't even withstand a single blow. Blue Sea Saint sneered. He waved his spear and the law of the sea exploded. Terrifying seawater surged, causing the array to tremble continuously. But it did not break. The black and white chess pieces on the heaven-crippled chessboard turned into streams of black and white chi. They began to attack and surround him. Chapter 3361. The Crimson Divine Dragon was an expert, and he had obtained the heaven-crippling chessboard game. The heaven-crippling chessboard game that he had set up was too terrifying. It could definitely trap a saint, and it could even kill a saint after a long time. On the other side, the heavenly sound saint was also roaring. Terrifying sound waves swept across the 9 heavens and 10 lands, but there was nothing he could do. The green light on Yen Ryu's body was too strange. It suppressed everything. The green lotus in her hand had infinite power. It was like a saint artifact that posed a great threat to the heavenly sound saint. For a moment, the two of them really stopped the two saints. The northern demon stood beside the crimson divine dragon, ready to help at any time. How about it? Now you two believe that my companions have the strength to stop a saint. Lin Xian sneered. On the other side, the Wind Demon Saint and the Dragon Valley Saint were stunned. To be honest, their minds were blank at this moment. What was going on? Apart from the kid in front of them, that woman and that dragon all had the combat power of a saint. It was too unbelievable. When did so many geniuses of this level appear? There were so many geniuses in the past. The Abyss Leaderboard, the Vermilion Bird Leaderboard, and the top half saints of the various stars were very famous. But now, it seemed that only Lin Xian and Yan Nantian could fight a saint. Other than them, perhaps the Great Demon was one, but the Great Demon was already dead. The others, like Long Zhaotian and Zhao Wuliang, could not be compared to a saint no matter how strong they were. But now, there was a mysterious woman and a dragon who had the strength to go against the heavens and kill a saint. Moreover, the two of them were Lin Xian's companions. It was too shocking. I didn't expect you to have such a powerful companion. It's really beyond my expectations. The Wind Demon Saint spoke. But so what? Can you stop the two of us from the great sage by yourself? The wind law on his body was getting stronger and stronger. His robe fluttered, bringing about a powerful storm. The next moment, his body suddenly disappeared. Buzz! In an instant, he appeared in front of Lin Xian. A powerful storm swept through the 9 heavens and blasted onto Lin Xian's body, producing crackling sounds. This aura was simply too strong. Furthermore, his speed was simply too fast. It was so fast that it reached the pinnacle. He was even faster than the Dragon Valley Saint. Wang! The Wind Fiend Saint lashed out with his right leg, stirring the air and aiming for Lin Xian's heart. This kick was capable of stirring up the winds and clouds, capable of overturning everything. At the same time, the Dragon Valley Sage made his move as well. He struck out with the Desolation Dragon Fist once again. The dragon blood in his body surged as the power of his bloodline burst out. With two members of the Great Sage attacking together, no matter how strong the opponent was, they were confident that they could kill him. The seawater around Lin Xian was torn apart, revealing his body. At this moment, he was suffering from too many attacks. The power of the Desolation Dragon Fist, the Law of Fire, and the Law of Wind all wanted to pierce through him. Get lost! He roared into the sky. His voice was like thunder as it rolled forward. At the same time, the Great Destruction Spear in his hand danced wildly. The Great Dragon Sword Spirit also roared non-stop. Boom! Boom! The Great Dragon Sword Spirit slammed into the desolate dragon spring, directly sending it flying. However, the storm god retreated and kicked Lin Xian's shoulder with all his might. Instantly, Lin Xian's body flew backward. His entire arm was numb, and the Great Destruction Spear was almost sent flying. Kill! The two members of the Great Sage attacked again. The Dragon Spring Fist and the Storm God Kick. Their terrifying killing moves were fatal. Even a First Heaven Sage would probably be blown up by them. Lin Xian was in an extremely dangerous situation. Yen Ryu, the dark red divine dragon, and the others were anxious. However, the two of them were fighting a sage each, so they couldn't attack at the same time. The northern demon was dumbfounded. He couldn't even keep up with their speed. After withstanding the mystiques of the two great sage, Lin Xian's body started to crack. However, his eyes were filled with killing intent. The great destruction spear stirred again. In an instant, two annihilation fire lotuses flew forward. Instantly, the two annihilation fire lotuses forced the two sages back. Bloody holes appeared on the Dragon Valley sage's body again. The Wind Demon sage also had a wound on his body. Blood flowed out instantly. Damn it! How dare you hurt me? I'll kill you! The two of them were completely enraged, especially the Wind Demon sage. His eyes were bloodshot. Kill! Kill! Lin Xian roared as well. The murderous aura on his body shot up into the sky. Terrifying sword chi stirred up the surroundings. The great destruction spear was even sharper. In an instant, the Dragon Valley sage's heart was pierced. Golden blood splattered. Lin Xian's body and the Wind Demon sage's legs also cracked. However, Lin Xian endured the pain. Golden light shone in his eyes. Soul stab! The Wind Demon sage screamed. Then, his fist turned into a big black fish and rushed over. It broke one of the Wind Demon sage's legs. The battle was intense. Every move was accompanied by the power of the laws. Lin Xian fought against two alone. Although he was at a disadvantage at first, he gradually became evenly matched with the two. In the end, Lin Xian felt his blood boiling. The great dragon sword spirit roared. Lin Xian's combat strength could continue to increase. The two great sages were suppressed. However, more cracks appeared on Lin Xian's body. At this time, the northern demon also made his move. He controlled the myriad wood divine tree and began to provide Lin Xian with the laws of wood. This greatly increased Lin Xian's recovery ability. Damn it! What's wrong with that kid? The Heavenly Sound Sage and the South Sea Sage were equally shocked. The two great sages couldn't take down their opponent. This was too despicable. At the same time, they were even more surprised. Their opponent could trap them for such a long time. With the Annihilation Fire Lotus in his left hand and the Great Destruction in his right, he swept out. In an instant, the power of annihilation flew out. At the same time, Lin Xian seemed to have turned into a Kuanping, spinning in the sea. Each time, there was a terrifying power. The Dragon Valley sage's body was torn apart by the Annihilation Fire Lotus. On the other side, the Wind Demon sage's legs that had just recovered were turned into ashes again. Both of them screamed, but they didn't stop. The Dragon Valley sage spat out a pearl. It was a dark golden pearl. Chapter 3362. The Law of Wind directly chopped off one of Lin Xian's arms. Lin Xian was also covered in blood, but he became more and more courageous as he fought. With just one hand, the Dragon Valley Saint exploded into pieces once again. On the other side, Lin Xian kicked out. His leg technique was even more terrifying than the Wind Demon sage's. The ocean of millions of miles was controlled by him, directly splitting the Wind Demon sage in half. Meanwhile, the flames on his body burned, evaporating all the surrounding seawater. Nirvana rebirth. Lin Xian was reborn from the flames, instantly becoming as good as new. Damn it, that's a law ability. The two great sages' scalps went numb. They hurriedly consumed heavenly treasures to recover from their injuries. However, their recovery speed was far inferior to Lin Xian's. After Lin Xian recovered, he directly used the Kunping movement technique and arrived in front of the Dragon Valley sage. Die for me. The Great Destruction Spear and the power of the Dragon Sword Spirit directly pierced through the opponent. This time, there were many law fragments on the Dragon Sword Spirit. It was as if it had turned into a true dragon, constantly tearing the opponent's body apart. The Dragon Valley sage screamed. He found that the sword chi on it was too cold, and he couldn't heal it at all. As for Lin Xian, he used his eye technique to attack his opponent's soul. Suddenly, Lin Xian's figure flashed and he quickly dodged, but a bloody line appeared on his back. It turned out that the Wind Demon Sage had attacked. The Wind Demon Sage's legs became incomparably sharp. This attack was a fatal blow. Although Lin Xian had the Kunping movement technique, he was still affected. However, this wasn't the most fatal blow. The most fatal blow landed on the Dragon Valley Sage's body. The Dragon Valley Sage screamed and was seriously injured. At this moment, Lin Xian exploded again, forming the 10,000 dragons picture and locking it on the Dragon Valley Sage's body. No! The Dragon Valley Sage screamed crazily. He was injured previously and hadn't fully recovered. In addition, the Wind Demon Sage had accidentally injured him, and now he had to face the 10,000 dragons picture. He fled like a madman, the dragon blood in his body burning. Wang! Lin Xian threw out the Great Destruction Spear, nailing him into the sea. Then, the 10,000 dragons picture completely enveloped him. Tens of thousands of dragons attacked, roaring non-stop. The terrifying power caused the Dragon Valley Saint to cry out in pain. In the end, the Dragon Valley Saint was destroyed in both body and soul. Dead. The Saint of the Dragons was dead. This scene shocked the other 3 members of the Great Sage. Too scary. This person is really too scary. I have to get out of here quickly. The 2 of you, quickly break out of the encirclement and help me kill this brat. Wind Demon Saint roared madly. Previously, when it was 2 against 1, he was no match for his opponent. Now that it was a one-on-one fight, he was very likely to be killed by his opponent. Hearing those words, the Heavenly Tone Sage played her zither continuously. Terrifying sound waves and murderous aura rushed out. Unfortunately, the azure lotus on Yen Ryu's body was too mysterious. It directly froze a part of the world and formed a special domain. It was like a sacred domain that was impenetrable. On the other side, the heaven-crippling chessboard shook violently. The South Sea Saint was supported by the power of the void, so the law of water was abnormally violent. Even though the heaven-crippling chessboard was mysterious, the dark red divine dragon had not comprehended it for too long, so cracks appeared on it. However, the dark red divine dragon took out a few sets of peerless killing formations and stacked them on top of each other, immediately making up for the cracks. For a moment, the South Sea Saint was blocked again. Damn it, how is this possible? I'm going crazy. Do you really think I'm easy to mess with? I'll show you a few of my peerless skills. The dragon blood on the dark red divine dragon's body surged, and mysterious blood-colored patterns appeared, making him look extraordinarily mighty. With a roar, the boundless sea of void started to spin, forming a huge vortex. Within it, there were terrifying lightning bolts. Dragon's great skill, Thunder Lake. This was to turn a part of the world into a sea of lightning. The South Sea Saint's expression changed when he saw this. Damn it, how is this possible? He seemed to feel that the dragon's bloodline in front of him was even stronger than the ancient dragon sage. How is this possible? What is this? He was about to go crazy. The surrounding Thunder Lake rushed towards him quickly, and the South Sea Saint fought back crazily. On the other side, the Heavenly Tone Saint was also anxious. He had no choice but to use his peerless secret technique, the heavenly demon sound. His fingers played on the guqin, and the roars of dragons and tigers sounded. At the same time, what was even more terrifying was that endless phantoms appeared around him. Those were the heavenly demons of the outer realm. They were very terrifying and could affect one's soul. Not good. For a moment, Yan Ryu fell into a dangerous situation. Even Lin Xian frowned. He had heard of the power of the heavenly demons. He wanted to help, but he was blocked by the Wind Demon Saint. At this moment, the Wind Demon Saint had also activated the Law of Fire in addition to the Law of Wind. Although the Law of Fire was suppressed here, he could not care less. Flames filled the sky, and the terrifying power of wind and fire stirred. The opponent's leg technique had become more powerful than before, and its power had multiplied. Lin Xian could not step forward for a moment, and the surrounding heavenly demons rushed towards Yan Ryu quickly. In an instant, they enveloped her. Humph, die. I, the heavenly demon, can even affect a second heaven sage, let alone a little girl like you. The heavenly tone saint revealed a sinister smile. This battle was over, and he could join forces with the Wind Demon Saint. However, he decided to get rid of the dragon first, and wait for the three great sage to attack together. Then, the opponent would definitely be dead. Boom! Yan Ryu was enveloped by the endless phantoms of the heavenly demons. Suddenly, she exclaimed in shock. An aura spread out from her body, and suddenly, the surroundings were incomparably mysterious. The green lotus in her hand was even more terrifying, as if it had turned into a part of the world, and blasted forward. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying aura surged out, covering the sky and earth. The heavenly tone saint immediately knelt on the ground, his body trembling. His face was full of horror. What kind of aura was this? It was too terrifying. This aura had completely surpassed his. The heavenly demon guqin in his hand broke into two with a crack. No! The heavenly tone saint screamed. The opponent was too strange. This aura had completely surpassed his. It had even surpassed a third heaven sage. Could it be? There was something extremely terrifying in the opponent's body. He wanted to escape, but a ray of green light instantly streaked across his forehead. In the next moment, his corpse fell. Chapter 3363. How was that possible? The Wind Demon Sage was stunned. The South Sea Sage was also trembling in fear. One had to know that this was the second sage to fall. Previously, they were also shocked by the fall of Sage Longgu, but that was done by Lin Xian with his real combat strength. Because Lin Xian was also severely injured. If not for the Law of Fire rebirth, Lin Xian would probably be dead by now. But now, the Heavenly Sound Sage was different. She was killed by the other party in one move. Her soul was destroyed, and even her sage blood was destroyed. One had to know that it was easy to defeat a sage, but very difficult to kill one. A sage could be reborn from a drop of blood. If not for Lin Xian having two great inheritances and the offensive aura of the great dragon sword soul, it would be impossible to completely kill the Dragon Valley sage. But now, that mysterious woman had done it so easily. What was in her body? And that aura made their hair stand on end. They almost knelt on the ground just now. That attack just now had already surpassed the aura of a sage. Could it be? They did not dare to think further. The group in front of them was too strange. Hurry up and leave. The two immediately wanted to escape. Seeing this, the clear light in Yan Ryu's eyes burst out again. But just as she raised her finger, she weakly put it down. Obviously, using that power just now was a huge burden on her. She would not be able to use that attack again in a short period of time. However, Lin Xian would not let the Wind Demon Sage escape. He used the Kuan-Peng movement technique and chased after him. In an instant, he blocked the other party. Damn brat, get out of my way. The Wind Demon Sage was not in the mood to fight now. Although that woman was weak now, who knew if she would recover after eating some spiritual medicine? If he were to strike again, he would be instantly killed. He was not willing to bear the consequences. So, he charged at Lin Xian like a madman. Flames of war raged. His legs moved, a storm swept, and flames filled the sky, completely shattering the void in front of him. Lin Xian waved the Great Destruction Spear and used the 9-yang sword technique. In his left hand, he gathered 9 sea dragons, bit his fist, and punched out. Damn it, desolate dragon fist, how do you know it? The Wind Demon Sage was about to go crazy. This lad before him was just as bizarre. He was sent flying with a single punch, and his leg was broken. As expected, in a one-on-one fight, it was very difficult for him to be a match for the other party. After a few more punches, the Wind Demon Saint was smashed into pieces by the fists of Extreme Yang. But soon, the body of the Wind Demon Saint reformed as his face turned cold. Lad, you can defeat me, but it won't be that easy for you to kill me. Was it that easy? Humph, you're too naive. I've already killed 2 saints. Killing one more won't make any difference. You will be the 3rd saint that I have killed. What? He had killed 2 sages. Hearing this, the Wind Demon Saint's heart thumped wildly. How could this be? Wasn't Saint Longgu the only one who died? Although the Heavenly Note Sage was also dead, she was not killed by this brat. What did this kid mean? Could it be that he had killed a sage before? Thinking of this, Wind Demon Sage felt his scalp go numb. But if he wanted to kill him, he would have to pay a price. The murderous aura on his body rushed out, and terrifying wind and flames surged around him. At this moment, the Wind Demon Saint seemed to have transformed into a supreme immortal king. He turned his head again and charged over. It seemed that he wanted to fight Lin Xian to the death. Because he knew that he could not escape. He could only fight with his back to the wall and get rid of the person in front of him as quickly as possible. Only then would he be able to escape. Good timing. Lin Xian roared, waved the Great Destruction Spear in his hand, and charged forward in large strides. With every step he took, the aura on his body became stronger. In the end, the weapon in his hand seemed to have transformed into a black dragon that kept roaring. Along with his sword technique, he swung it out. Boom! The Great Destruction Spear landed on the opponent's leg technique, and a loud sound was heard. The endless light was so dazzling that everyone could not open their eyes. However, to their surprise, the Wind Demon Saint was sent flying. His leg was split open again. However, at this moment, he was wearing a pair of green shoes that were shining with an incomparable light. Its power was even more terrifying than a half-step sage weapon. Although it was not comparable to a true sage weapon, its power was still unparalleled. Boom! Boom! The Wind Demon Saint moved, and the war boots on his feet quickly charged back. His combat strength rose rapidly. Kick after kick, it was like a mountain was sent flying. It was so terrifying that it could make a sage of the same realm crumble. However, Lin Xian was simply too powerful. Especially when he was standing there, the blood in his entire body was boiling. The great dragon sword spirit was influenced by him, and let out a loud dragon roar. His attack power was even more terrifying than the Wind Demon Saint. The spear swept out, and the aura it carried was enough to make one tremble. 9 suns opening the sky. This strike seemed to have split the entire sky into 2 halves. With a pft, the Wind Demon Saint's body was split open. Lin Xian didn't dodge. Thus, when the pair of cyan shoes hit him, cracks appeared on his body. However, he didn't care. Because the Northern Demon was helping him recover from afar. He only needed to fight with all his might. As expected, he had the branches of the Universal Sacred Tree on him, which provided him with strong vitality. He charged out again. Another 2 spears pierced through the opponent again. This time, the Wind Demon Saint was really going crazy, because he realized that he could not heal himself this time. The sword chi on him was too terrifying, and could not be erased. Another Destruction Fire Lotus, and the Great Destruction Spear, with the power to destroy everything, tore the opponent's body into pieces. Next, in an instant, the remaining flesh of the opponent began to disintegrate. Even the sage's blood was about to be erased. Damn it! Seeing this, the Wind Demon Saint screamed like a madman. Everything happened too quickly, and he could not react at all. His opponent's attack was too fierce, and his body was shattered, and his soul had to escape. Want to escape? Can you escape? Lin Xian held the Great Destruction Spear in his hand, and the Great Dragon Sword Spirit coiled around it. This aura was enough to destroy everything. Even the soul of a sage could be destroyed. As expected, his attack penetrated the opponent's soul, and as he moved, the opponent's soul was shattered into pieces. At the same time, he used the Heavenly Secret God Eye, and the Golden Eye formed a vortex, igniting the shattered soul. Arg! A tragic cry rang out, and in the end, the Wind Demon Saint's soul collapsed, and was burned clean. Another saint had been killed. If there were other experts here, they would be scared out of their wits when they saw this. Sages were above the heavens and earth, and were very difficult to kill. But now, they were falling one after another. 3 sages had fallen, and in addition to the child sage, there were 4 sages. The last one, the South Sea Sage, was scared out of his wits. He looked at Lin Xian, and his body trembled. Chapter 33-64. South Sea Saint trembled. This was simply a killing god. It was so terrifying that he almost fainted. Lin Xian's nerves were cold and his face was calm. He didn't seem to be affected much. He was no longer as excited as when he killed for the first time. So after he dealt with Wind Demon Saint, he immediately turned his head and stared at South Sea Saint. South Sea Saint was so scared that his scalp went numb. He was the only one left and the people around him were so powerful. Wait, don't kill me. South Sea Saint quickly begged for mercy. I was tricked into coming here by them. Please spare my life and I will never be your enemy again. Spare your life. Lin Xian walked over with a cold smile on his face. The dark red dragon beside him also sneered. Why didn't you say that just now? Weren't you very powerful just now? You wanted to kill us ants. Now you know how to beg for mercy. It's over. Let's see how I kill you. He moved the heaven-crippling chessboard. The terrifying black and white chess pieces turned into a peerless killing intent. Damn it, I'll fight it out with you. South Sea Saint knew that he was in a dangerous situation, so he instantly burned his life force. This method was similar to Lu Mu's. It could obtain powerful combat strength, but it would consume his life force. But he couldn't care less. If he fought, he would have a chance to live. If he didn't, he would probably be killed immediately. With a boom, after he obtained powerful strength, he blasted the heaven-crippling chessboard and fled into the distance. Where are you going? Lin Xian used the Kuan-Peng movement technique and rushed over. He waved the Great Destruction Spear in his hand and turned into a black dragon. Everywhere it passed, the endless void was torn apart and a terrifying vacuum zone appeared. Sword chi shot into the sky, causing South Sea Saint's scalp to go numb. South Sea Saint used the law of water with all his strength. It stirred up the surrounding waters, forming terrifying whirlpools one after another to resist the sword chi. Stop, what do you want? I'll give it all to you. South Sea Saint ran and screamed crazily. But unfortunately, Lin Xian didn't care at all. Lin Xian kept waving the weapon in his hand, turning it into a black shadow that filled the sky. These sword chis were too terrifying. They pierced through all the seawater, and the water laws trembled from the impact. The South Sea Saint's expression was one of terror. He felt the other party's sword energy and his entire body went cold. It was too terrifying. Were the Dragon Valley Saint and the Wind Demon Saint fighting against such beings? No wonder he was killed. There was nothing he could do. He could only burn his life force again and block the attack like crazy. As for Lin Xian, he activated the Great Dragon Sword Spirit and once again fused with the Great Destruction Spear, causing a terrifying power to surge out. The Annihilation Fiery Lotus flew out. Its destructive aura could destroy everything in the world. Peng peng peng. The South Sea Saint was sent flying. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood, and a lot of blood appeared on his body. However, a crazed look appeared in his eyes. You forced me to do this. At worst, we'll just die together. A blue bottle flew out from between his eyebrows. This bottle was very small, only the size of a thumb. However, it was indeed very exquisite. There were many Tao runes on it. At that moment, under the South Sea Saint's control, it quickly grew in size and turned into a blue bottle. If one looked carefully, they would find that although the blue bottle was exquisite, the mouth of the bottle was sealed. Tao runes intertwined, forming a seal that sealed it. An extremely terrifying aura spread out from the sealed mouth. One could imagine that the thing that was sealed was definitely not ordinary. The seal was broken. The South Sea Saint roared angrily. Immediately, the seal formed by the inverted runes on it quickly disappeared. Then, an extremely cold aura flowed out. It caused the North Demon, the Dark Red Dragon, and the others to tremble, revealing a trace of fear. Kid, be careful. This aura is too strange. The Dark Red Dragon warned. Yen Ryu also frowned. The green aura on his body circulated again, ready to attack at any time. Lin Xian's eyes burst out with a golden light. He stared at the blue bottle. He saw that there seemed to be a black liquid flowing in the blue bottle. Black seawater. He frowned. This aura made him very uncomfortable. Therefore, he quickly attacked. He waved the Great Destruction Spear, and another terrifying sword chi flew out. Kid, have a taste of the moon blood. Ha ha ha. The South Sea Saint laughed arrogantly. He had gone crazy. At this moment, he threw out the blue bottle without holding back. Immediately, the black seawater in the bottle poured out. A terrifying aura spread out, as if an immemorial beast had been resurrected. This aura caused everyone's expression to change. The Dark Red Dragon even screamed. What? Moon blood. Damn it, it's actually such a thing. Don't let it touch you. This thing is very strange. After Lin Xian heard this, his 9-yang divine body bloomed with light, forming a terrifying domain that blocked everything. The sword light in his hand was even brighter. He also burned all the chi and blood in his body. The great dragon sword's soul roared as if it was injected with blood essence. It came to life, causing Lin Xian's combat strength to soar again. 9 suns split the sky. A sword chi split the sky and earth, splitting the black blood in front of him. This sword directly sent the South Sea Saint flying. The bottle in his hand also fell to the side. The dark red dragon quickly controlled the heaven-crippling chessboard and attacked the bottle. The South Sea Saint roared. Damn it, he wanted to recall the moon bottle again, but Lin Xian directly cut off his path. Another fierce battle ensued. However, in the end, the South Sea Saint was still swept away. His body was cut in half at the waist, and his heart was shattered. His soul also hurriedly ran out. Damn kid, I won't let you go. As soon as he finished speaking, his soul was penetrated. A sword chi took the shape of a dragon and firmly pierced his soul. Do you think I will give you a chance? Lin Xian's voice was cold. The great dragon sword's soul exploded, directly destroying the soul of the other party. Dead, another saint was dead. The 4 saints who came were all killed. One of them was killed by Yen Ryu, and the other 3 all died in the hands of Lin Xian. If this news spread, it would definitely cause a huge commotion in the entire ancient path of the starry sky. Going against mortals and killing saints, this kind of battle was originally something that only the top geniuses could do. It was not easy to defeat a saint, but now, Lin Xian killed 3 saints in a row in one day. This kind of battle record was too dazzling, too shocking. After killing the South Sea Saint, Lin Xian also kept vomiting blood. His blood was golden, and at this moment, it was abnormally shocking. There were many more cracks on his body. Although rising from the ashes was powerful, using it too many times would damage the bloodline and the body. Fortunately, he had a divine body. Chapter 3365. Neither the North Demon nor the Dark Red Dragon were injured. On the other side, Yen Ryu also flew over. Her pale face now had a tinge of red. Previously, she had not been injured in the battle with the sages. However, she might have used more power than she could handle, so her body was a little weak. She could recover with a little rest. But Lin Xian was different. Lin Xian had fought with the sages again and again. He had narrowly escaped death, and his injuries were very serious. Although he had rising from the ashes, if he was not careful, his foundation would be damaged. If his foundation was damaged, it would be serious. It would affect his future martial path. So the Dark Red Dragon said, "Kid, don't worry about anything now. Hurry up and recover here. We'll protect you." Yen Ryu also nodded. The North Demon said, "I'll help you recover." As he spoke, he used the 10,000 demon body. His palms formed seals, and the law of wood danced. The heavenly tree floated behind Lin Xian. The leaves on the tree all covered Lin Xian. They shone with a green light and were crystal clear. That was an extremely powerful life force. Lin Xian quickly sat down cross-legged. He swallowed the spiritual treasures and the pills he had refined. Then, he formed seals with his palms and absorbed the life force that the North Demon gave him. At the same time, he secretly used the longevity incantation and his own law of wood to recover quickly. Just like that, Lin Xian sank into recovery. Yen Ryu protected him, the North Demon controlled the 10,000 wood divine tree, and the Dark Red Dragon began to clean up the battlefield. 4 sages had died. Some of them did not even have a corpse, and some were torn apart. The dark red dragon took their Dharma treasures, storage rings, and everything that could be used. The items of the sages were very useful to them, so he would not waste any of it. He even put away all the sages and obtained the heavenly Yin treasure bottle. He could not help but grin. 10 days later, Lin Xian opened his eyes. With the help of the North Demon and a large number of treasures, Lin Xian had completely recovered. There were no hidden injuries left. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about the problem of his foundation. You're finally awake. Yen Ryu heaved a sigh of relief. The Northern Demon also took back the heaven-reaching divine tree. The dark red dragon said, Come, let's split the spoils. I've already divided the treasures of these 4 saints. Everyone had a share. It was absolutely fair. The dark red dragon hugged the heavenly Yin Aquarius and grinned. Lin Xian took a look. Indeed, it was pretty much the same. Other than the heavenly Yin Aquarius, everything else was pretty fair. Lin Xian didn't object to this. Yen Ryu and North Yao didn't say anything either. This was because the sage's storage ring contained elixirs, cultivation techniques, weapons, and elixirs, which were all very useful to them. There were even some insights into the Great Tao. Let's go. It's about time we leave and explore other places. Lin Xian suggested. The others also rose into the air, and the group left once again. Void Ocean. Ever since these people came in, there were battles everywhere. However, it was extremely rare for Lin Xian's side to lose 4 saints at once. The other battles were also very tragic. The weakest among them was a half-saint. Countless half-saints had died here, and their blood had dyed the sea red. There was a place where the battle was very intense. This was because there was also a cave abode at the bottom of the sea. The battle in that cave was also very tragic. There were about a dozen figures around it. They were injured, and their eyes were filled with fear as they stared ahead. There were also a dozen corpses on the ground around them. Each of them had died very miserably. A figure stood in front of these people. It was a man with a tall and sturdy figure. The phantoms of the 4 divine beasts appeared on his body. There were also terrifying emperor runes flickering on his body. Yen Nantian. Yes, it was him. Yen Nantian, you're too arrogant. That cave abode is so big. Why do you want to take it all for yourself? That's right. Can't you share some with us? The other half-saints roared madly. Among them, there was a saint. This saint's face was also cold. Yen Nantian, you won't even let me in. To be honest, he was really mad. It was fine if these half-saints couldn't enter because they were all ants in his eyes. But what was he? He was a saint who had transcended heaven and earth. How could the other party not even let him in? Other than Yen Nantian, no one here had entered the cave abode. The other party was too arrogant. Did he really think that he could show off in front of a saint just because he was the successor of a great emperor? You can force your way in, but the price is death. If you don't believe me, you can try. Yen Nantian's voice was as cold as ever as he faced the saint. There was even a strong sense of threat in his voice. A saint. He was very powerful, but he was nothing in front of Yen Nantian. He was the successor of a great emperor. Although he was only a half-saint, he definitely had the strength to kill a saint. Fine, I'll see what's so special about you as the successor of a great emperor. That sage rushed over quickly, and a terrifying law surged out. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Yen Nantian's eyes also shone with a cold light. Ever since the Battle of the Vermilion Birdlicht, he had been in seclusion, and his strength had improved recently. Moreover, He had obtained some treasures in the void ocean, so he didn't care about facing a saint at all. At the end of the battle, the saint fled miserably, but Yen Nantian wouldn't let him leave. I've said it before. There's only one outcome for those who dare to provoke me, and that's death. Sky-destroying finger. With a point of his finger, the saint's body was torn into pieces, and only his soul escaped. Stay here. Sun and moon split open the sky. A terrifying scene appeared. Like a millstone that could destroy the world, the saint's soul was obliterated. The saint's body fell, shocking everyone. The surrounding half-saints were all stunned. They couldn't believe it at all. What happened in front of them? How could a saint die just like that? Heavens, had Yen Nantian already broken through to the saint realm? No, he was still using the nomological fragments, but he already had the strength to kill a saint. Damn it, these people retreated like crazy. Although the previous battle was tragic, they still had hope. However, how could they fight now? Even a saint was no match for Yen Nantian. Run, run. Someone finally couldn't help but break down and flee like crazy. As soon as he fled, the surrounding people also fled. For a time, only corpses were left except for Yen Nantian. Humph, a bunch of ants. Yen Nantian sneered, then entered the cave below. A few days later, he came out with a smug look on his face. With one palm strike, the underwater world below was smashed into pieces. Countless cracks appeared on the huge rocks, swallowing up the cave. Not long after Yen Nantian left, another group of people arrived. The aura of this group of people was also extremely powerful. The leader was a young man. Chapter 3366. They were from the Sikong family. After they arrived, they looked at the people around them and said that there was a tragic battle around them. Wait, this is the corpse of a sage. They had a shocking discovery. Who was it that could kill even a sage? Who was the opponent? It was probably a powerful sect. They didn't know which faction it belonged to. There should be treasures here. Quick, find them. They searched frantically. There was a cave here, but it was covered by stones, but we still found it. They blasted the rocks away, revealing the cave at the bottom of the sea. However, they found that they couldn't enter. Damn it. We can't force our way into the cave left behind by a sage. It seems that we can only find the key. But that person must have already entered and taken the treasure. Forget it, let's find something else. The people from the Sikong family rose into the air and left quickly. A few days later, 4 figures appeared again. It was Lin Xian and the others. They looked at the battle around them and frowned. The dark red dragon said that a sage had fallen. I wonder who did it. They went down to take a look and found the cave. However, they couldn't enter it either. Let's go and find other opportunities. The dark red dragon and the others said. Lin Xian frowned and sensed carefully. Then, he snorted. Yen Nantian did it. I sensed his aura. There was the aura of an emperor's mark and the sky-destroying finger. What? Yen Nantian. Damn it, I wonder how many sages the Vermilion Bird Palace sent this time. However, Lin Xian said that it was probably Yen Nantian who did it himself. He should have the strength to kill a sage. However, what did he obtain in this cave? Kid, be careful. Yen Nantian is not simple. He was only ranked 4th on the Abyss leaderboard. However, he improved by leaps and bounds in a few years and reached such an unbelievable level. Don't forget that he has the inheritance of a great emperor and the full support of the Vermilion Bird Palace. His strength is increasing every day. He's definitely not weaker than you. Don't be careless when you meet him. Don't worry. If I can kill him once, I can kill him a second time. I wonder how many monarch regeneration talismans this guy has. Even if he was the successor of a great emperor, he wouldn't have much of it. Yen Ryu also opened her red lips slightly. It would be great if he could meet him in the Void Ocean. Even if he couldn't kill him, he could use up all the great emperor regeneration talismans in his hands. Lin Xian nodded, then waved his hand, and the group left again. The Void Ocean was extremely vast and it was filled with dangers. In addition to the fights between the foreign experts, there were also some who died in the mouths of the terrifying sea demons. There were even some who didn't know what was good for them, and ended up barging into Saint Seahorse's resting area. A single roar from Saint Seahorse instantly destroyed the dozen or so half-saints. Since then, that place had become a forbidden area. Everyone else had to take a detour around it. Deep in the sea, in the deep blue sea, a group of people quickly appeared. There weren't many of them, only 6 in total. Moreover, they were all very young. The leader of the group had a burly figure and a sharp gaze. It was as if he didn't put the world in his eyes. They were the experts of the 8-Wind Palace. The 8-Wind Palace was no weaker than the Vermilion Bird Palace. The leader of the group was one of the top young geniuses of the 8-Wind Palace. His name was Huang Jiu. At this moment, Huang Jiu and the others had also arrived at the deep blue sea. They immediately became vigilant. This was because the sea water here was much bluer than other places. Moreover, the heavy pressure was even more terrifying. Be careful. There might be some terrifying sea demons hiding here. Huang Jiu warned. The disciples of the 8-Wind Palace were also on high alert. The armor on their bodies flickered. They continued to move forward. Suddenly, they stopped in front of an underwater canyon. This was because they saw a figure standing in front of them. He was like an emperor, emitting a powerful aura. Even Huang Jiu frowned. Yen Nantian. He was shocked. The people of the 8-Wind Palace narrowed their eyes. Their hearts were all in their mouths. These were the most powerful people of the younger generation. Yen Nantian, the successor of a great emperor. They had only heard of him before. Now, they finally saw him in person. To be honest, they didn't know Yen Nantian before. However, the 9 great emperor marks on Yen Nantian's body were too dazzling. The oppressive energy was so powerful that they could recognize him at a glance. Seeing that there were people behind him, Yen Nantian turned his head. His eyes were like stars as they swept across them. Other than Huang Jiu, the other experts of the 8-Wind Palace behind him felt their scalps go numb. The people of the 8-Wind Palace. A faint smile appeared on Yen Nantian's face. Seeing the smile on his face, the people of the 8-Wind Palace became nervous. Would Yen Nantian attack them? It would be difficult for them to stop him. Huang Jiu also said that since you're here, we'll look for it elsewhere. However, Yen Nantian said, there's no need. I've already searched this place. There's nothing to miss. If you want to look for it, go ahead. After saying that, his body swayed. The Emperor Marks carried him and flew into the distance. He left. The people of the 8-Wind Palace were stunned. They didn't expect that he didn't attack them. Could it be that there were really no treasures here? However, Huang Jiu said, that's not necessarily true. Although Yen Nantian is powerful, he's still from the younger generation. There might be times when he makes a mistake. This sea is obviously different from other places. So, we'd better search carefully. These people began to spread out and search. At the same time, a few more people came from the deep blue sea. Among them, Lin Xian and the others came as well. When they saw that the blue sea was different, they became interested. Most importantly, little white in Yen Ryu's arms. Its big black gem-like eyes were blinking. It sensed the aura of a treasure in front of it. Hearing that there was a treasure, everyone became interested. Little White was an expert at finding treasures. Yen Ryu smiled and took out many top-grade spirit fruits from the storage room and stuffed them into Little White's hands. While eating, Little White pointed the way for everyone. However, after walking for a long time, everyone frowned. This deep blue sea was too strange. There didn't seem to be any demonic beasts, and marine plants were useless. Was there really a treasure here? The dark red divine dragon also arrived. Kid, this place is too strange. Could there be a saint-level sea monster hidden here? After all, other sea monsters wouldn't dare to come to the territory of a sage. Indeed, along the way, they were attacked by sea monsters everywhere they passed, but they didn't encounter any here. That didn't make them wonder. They looked at Little White. Chapter 3367. Below. The dark rainbow divine dragon said. Little guy, did you secretly drink the spiritual wine these 2 days and drink until you became stupid? There's nothing below. Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. His body floated down because he sensed that the Tao stones he obtained had undergone a strange change. They were even more resplendent than before. Suddenly, Lin Xian remembered the whereabouts of the water Tao stone. He came to the void sea for 2 purposes. The first was to help the Langya star obtain the great sage statue. The second was to find the water Tao stone. However, he seemed to have almost forgotten about this matter during the continuous battle with the sage. However, now that he saw the changes in the other Tao stones, Lin Xian remembered the news that the Langya star had given him. The Tao stone was nearby. Therefore, he was wild with joy. What's wrong, kid? What did you find? The dark red divine dragon asked. Yen Ryu and the North Demon also had puzzled expressions. Lin Xian said to them. The water Tao stone I want should be nearby. Help me find it. What? It's nearby. When the 3 of them heard this, they also helped to search. Lin Xian followed the information that the Langya star had given him and combined it with the reaction of the Tao stone in his hand, so he quickly descended. Finally, she arrived at a place. With a burst of strength, the earth immediately began to rumble and tremble, and a large crack was created by her strike. The dark blue sea water shook violently. It formed a whirlpool, and a cave abode appeared in the middle of the whirlpool. A terrifying aura of water came from inside the cave abode. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He knew that the water Tao stone should be inside. He found it. He let out a low cry. The dark red divine dragon and the other 2 also quickly rushed over. They looked at the blue cave abode in front of them, their eyes flickering. What a magical aura! At the entrance of the cave abode, there was a ball of blue water that seemed to be sealed. Lin Xian directly waved his sword energy and slashed forward. This attack caused the entire deep blue sea to shake. However, Lin Xian didn't care about anything. He quickly waved his sword a few times, and on the 6th strike, he split open the blue seal. Then, the few of them quickly rushed in. The vibration of the deep blue sea region naturally attracted the attention of many people. Among them, the faces of the people from the 8-Wind Palace changed. There was a vibration. Could it be that a treasure had appeared? Huang Jiu's eyes shone with a piercingly cold light. Over there. Follow me. With a wave of his hand, he led the experts of the 8 Desolation Hall and flew over. Lin Xian and his group entered the cave. There was now a blue water platform inside, which was completely condensed from seawater. On top of it was a fist-sized crystal. The crystal was sparkling and translucent. It was ocean blue in color and had countless Dao patterns on it. Those were natural Dao patterns. Water Dao stone. Lin Xian's eyes burned with passion. Great, I finally found it. Lin Xian was too excited. Now that he had found the water Dao stone, the 5 elements Dao stone in his hand would be complete. Thinking of this, he stretched out a large golden hand and grabbed forward. Buzz buzz buzz. The Dao patterns in the surroundings reacted and quickly attacked, blocking Lin Xian's large hand. However, Lin Xian didn't care. If he wanted to take the treasure, nothing could stop him. However, at this moment, the dark red divine dragon exclaimed. Oh no, someone is coming. Kid, if you want to take the treasure, we will help you stop them. The North Demon, Yen Ruyu, and the dark red divine dragon turned their heads and stood in front, protecting Lin Xian firmly. Indeed, not long after, many figures flashed near the cave. Among them, a group of figures was incomparably powerful and directly stepped in. After that group of people entered, it caused the world to shake. Many people were sent flying. There was indeed a treasure. After those people entered, they looked around and then stared straight ahead. That aura, that was the Dao stone. They were too excited. They didn't expect that there would be a Dao stone here. The Dao stone was the Dao stone of heaven and earth. Even saints would be jealous of it, let alone them. However, soon, the people of the 8-Wind Palace roared. Damn it, stop. They found that a figure was using all his strength to break the Dao patterns in the surroundings, trying to forcefully take the Dao stone. Suddenly, 2 disciples of the 8-Wind Palace rushed out. 8 Desolation Fist. They threw out terrifying punches. These people of the 8-Wind Palace were very powerful. Moreover, the 8 Desolation Fist carried an aura that looked down on the world. Their arms were like giant dragons, carrying a powerful force. With a single strike, the surrounding space was shattered. 2 terrifying fists blasted forward. Humph! The dark red divine dragon sneered and waved the heavenly dragon divine claw, which turned into countless dragon claws and clawed forward. Shocking collision sounds and screams were heard. The 2 8 Desolation Fists were shattered. The 2 experts of the 8-Wind Palace groaned as their arms bled and they retreated. Damn it! The faces of the people of the 8-Wind Palace changed. Huang Jiu also frowned. Which faction are you from? Get lost if you don't want to die. His voice was like 10,000 claps of thunder. It shook the people around the cave, causing their blood to boil. Zhang Tian was from the 8-Wind Palace. Originally, the people around wanted to enter, but now they hesitated. The 8-Wind Palace was very strong. Moreover, they recognized that the leader was the top genius of the 8-Wind Palace, Huang Jiu. Such a person was very strong. It would be difficult for them to fight against him. Therefore, they lingered around the entrance of the cave and didn't enter directly. Get lost! The dark red divine dragon also roared. The dragon's roar resounded through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Instantly, the blood of the people in the Desolation Palace boiled. The people outside the cave were even more shocked. The dragon's roar, Zhang Tianya, were they from the dragons? Could they be from the Dragon Valley? As expected, Huang Jiu frowned. You are from the Dragon Valley. He stared at the dark red divine dragon. The dark red divine dragon and the others didn't deny it. It was very useful to use the tiger's skin now. Therefore, he snorted coldly. Since you know, why don't you get lost? At this point, the dragon blood in his body boiled even more. So what if you are from the Dragon Valley? The Eight-Wind Palace is not afraid. Huang Jiu snorted. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Although the dragons were strong, the Eight-Wind Palace was not afraid. In the Eight Barren Lands, only I am supreme. The fact that the Eight-Wind Palace was called that meant that they were very strong. Buzz Huang Jiu attacked. The Eight-Wind Palm. His palm pushed out. A terrifying power swept in all directions. Everyone's blood froze. It was too scary. Huang Jiu was indeed terrifying. The people outside the cave were terrified. The dark red divine dragon snorted and was about to attack. However, the North Demon was faster than him. He slapped out with his palm. A green ray of light shot up from the sky like a bolt of lightning, directly blocking the palm of the other party. The two collided in the sky. The power swept in all directions. After the attack, the North Demon retracted his palm. Huang Jiu's face darkened. Damn it, who is this person? How can he be compared to me? Chapter 3368. Huang Jiu's face was incomparably cold, but at that moment, a sneer came from outside the cave. They're not from Dragon Valley, so you don't have to worry about anything. Just kill them. Yen Ruyu and the others' faces changed, and the people outside exclaimed. They all stepped aside to make a path. Then, a figure walked over like an emperor. The people from Eight-Wind Palace also looked over, and in the next moment, they screamed. Yen Nantian. Huang Jiu frowned. He didn't expect Yen Nantian to come back. Could it be that he didn't leave? However, what was even more shocking to him was the fact that these people were from the Dragon Valley. But just now, he clearly felt the dragon's blood and aura. I can guarantee that they're not from Dragon Bone. Yen Nantian glanced at Huang Jiu, then looked forward. His gaze swept across the three people, then stared at the figure in front of him who was snatching the Dao stone. His eyes were filled with killing intent. I've finally found you. Not good. Crimson Shenong and the others' faces changed. They didn't expect to meet Yen Nantian in such a situation. But at that moment, Lin Xian, who was snatching the Dao stone, said, I'll be able to snatch it in half an incense's time. Then, I'll take his life. Hearing this, the people from Eight-Wind Palace and the people outside were shocked. Who was this person? He was so arrogant that he dared to take Yen Nantian's life. Huang Jiu seemed to think of someone, but before he could think carefully, Yen Nantian said, I'll kill the person in front. You bring people to help me stop them. Once it's done, you can have the Dao stone. I don't want anything. How about it? I can stop two at most. Huang Jiu thought for a moment, then said. Indeed, he had seen the strength of the Crimson Divine Dragon and the North Beast. The beautiful woman in the middle shouldn't be weak either. Two of them were enough. The rest of them were no match for me. Then, Yen Nantian made his move. The 4 Divine Beast Phantoms and the 9 Emperor Runes rushed out and flew forward. Wherever they passed, nothing could stop them. You're courting death. The Crimson Divine Dragon roared and attacked with the Heavenly Dragon Divine Claw. The North Yao also sent out one Longevity Blade Beam after another. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, and the two of them each took a few steps back. Their arms were numb. Damn it, this guy's strength was too terrifying. The dark red divine dragon frowned. Even with the two of them working together, they were still sent flying. Yen Ryu said, "Yen Nong, you guys, deal with the other 8-wind palace." A green light rose from her body, and an extremely terrifying power burst out, directly blocking Yen Nanshan's path. On the other side, the people of the desolate 9 Greats 8-wind hall also rushed over, wanting to break through the encirclement. But the North Beast and the Crimson Beast. For a moment, the two sides began to fight. Yans, Yen Nongs, Yans, Jo, Yans, Rido Yu, Esru Ingli, He, S Yens, T to him. The other party seemed to have grasped some kind of terrifying power. Especially now, the green aura on the other party's body made his hair stand on end. However, he still had to make a move. Even if his opponent had a trump card, could he defeat him? Yen Lint's thinking of this, he pointed his finger forward. Sky-destroying finger. With a finger, everything was destroyed. Sky Frost Palm. Yen Ryu's palm was covered in a green light. She pushed it out, and ice rose, trying to freeze her opponent's finger. An earth-shattering explosion sounded. The violent energy in the cave lit up the surrounding Dao runes. The martial artists who were watching the battle outside were blown away. It was too terrifying. So many experts were attacking at the same time. They retreated like crazy, hiding in the distance and watching secretly. The battle was very shocking. The 8-wind palace's people roared. The more they fought, the more shocked they were. The two people in front of them were too powerful. Even Huang Jiao was beaten to the point of vomiting blood, let alone the other members of the 8-wind hall. Yen Ryu and Yen Nanshan's battle was even more intense. Yen Nantian displayed the lightning god's physique. His speed and power became incomparably violent. The sun and moon split open the sky, shattering all the ice around them. He was so powerful that it was as if a great emperor was reborn. He sent Yen Ryu flying. Yen Ryu's face was pale. She glanced at Lin Xian, who was cracking the Dao runes. Then, a shocking rune burst out from her eyes. Then, an extremely terrifying power burst out. In her hand, a green lotus flower appeared. She grabbed it and threw it forward. With a boom, the terrifying attack was all sent flying. Yen Nantian was hit by the green light. He was sent flying and spat out a mouthful of blood. This scene was simply too shocking. Huang Jiao and the people from the 8 Desolation Hall all stopped in their tracks. They looked at the scene, and their faces were full of horror. They quickly retreated. Damn it! What's wrong with this woman? How could she send Yen Nantian flying? Yen Nantian was someone who could kill a saint. Didn't that mean that this woman had the combat strength of a saint? Thinking of this, they felt a chill. Fortunately, Yen Nantian was here. Otherwise, they would have been killed if they had attacked. Damn it! Yen Nantian also stood up. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his face became extremely ugly. He didn't expect that other than Lin Xian, there was someone who could hurt him. Moreover, this person wasn't a saint. You've hidden your strength well. Yen Nantian stared fixedly at Yen Ryu, especially at the lotus in her hand. Her combat strength was too strong. She was definitely not weaker than him. But before this, she didn't show it at all. Even though he was a genius as well, his reputation paled in comparison to his and Lin Xian's. However, he didn't expect that her strength was not weaker than them. Why did she hide it? If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Xian couldn't attack, he probably wouldn't know how terrifying Yen Ryu was. Since that was the case, he would play with her seriously. Yen Nanshan's eyes were cold. He took out the vermilion bird divine feather, enlarged it, and turned it into a flaming divine sword. Then, he slashed out. Boom! 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 The sword was extremely terrifying. It was as if a vermilion bird had been resurrected. The terrifying aura made it difficult for everyone to breathe. The biting cold sword chi slashed forward. It could split everything in half. The dark red divine dragon and the north demon both frowned. The people from the Yellow Inn were trembling in fear. Boom! Yen Ryu snorted coldly and waved the green lotus in her hand. Chapter 3369. The two of them clashed again, but not long after, Yen Nantian was sent flying again. He was furious. You forced me to do this. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Yen Nantian was really angry. This was his best chance to kill Lin Xian. He couldn't miss it. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to use his ultimate skill. The sky-destroying finger was countered by the 9 Emperor runes. Then, the 9 Emperor runes in the sky combined to form a starry sky. Then, a pagoda flew out from the starry sky. When the pagoda appeared, large cracks appeared in all directions. The people of the 8-Wind Hall knelt on the ground, trembling. Even Huang Jiu's face turned pale. He didn't have the strength to resist at all. Oh no, it's the illusion of the hidden immortal pagoda. This guy was really a lunatic. The dark red dragon cursed. Only Lin Xian with his great dragon sword soul would be able to block such an illusion. They couldn't block it at all. He wondered if Yen Ryu would be able to block it. The two of them looked at Yen Ryu. Her face was pale. Obviously, she couldn't bear to use some of her power. However, when she saw the illusion of the hidden immortal pagoda, she seemed to have made a decision. You two, get behind me. I'm going to make a move. Speaking of this, the green light on Yen Ryu's body became thicker. Extremely terrifying and mysterious runes appeared in her eyes. Suddenly, a hazy figure appeared on her body. Then, she waved the green lotus in her hand and blasted it forward. It swept over fiercely. Boom boom boom. The hidden immortal pagoda, the mysterious green figure, and the green lotus collided. Chaotic light burst out. The entire cave dwelling was torn apart and collapsed instantly. The people of the 8-Wind Hall were also sent flying, vomiting blood. A few of them were directly killed and turned into blood mist. Everyone thought that nothing could block the illusion of the hidden immortal pagoda. However, the scene before them surprised them. The hidden immortal pagoda was blocked. How was this possible? Huang Jiu and the people who were watching in the dark all screamed. Yen Nanshan's pupils shrank. He was stunned. Someone else blocked his hidden immortal pagoda. This was simply too unbelievable. Lin Xian relied on the great dragon sword soul. What did the woman in front of him rely on? Why did he feel that the green figure and the green lotus on the other party's body gave him a fatal sense of danger? It was as if he was facing the hidden immortal pagoda. Could it be? Yen Nantian thought of a possibility, but he quickly shook his head. Impossible, he didn't even get that kind of thing. Not to mention the woman in front of him. In the sky, the two powerful phantoms gradually disappeared. The terrifying aura was still surging, and no one dared to approach. Yen Nantian did not attack again. Even the welcome of the hidden immortal pagoda could not do anything to the other party. He guessed that continuing to fight would be futile. Yan Nantian didn't expect something like this to happen today. He was prepared to stop and look for another opportunity. He turned to leave. However, at this moment, a cold voice rang out. You want to leave? Did I allow you to leave? When this voice came out, Huang Jiao and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. Yan Ruyu and the others smiled. Great, this was Lin Xian's voice. Lin Xian could speak now, which meant that he had succeeded in obtaining the treasure. Sure enough, they turned to look. In front of them, the water Dao stone was held in Lin Xian's hand and then put away. Damn it, you dare to stop me. Yan Nantian turned his head, and a terrifying killing intent burst out from his eyes. Why wouldn't I dare? Not only will I stop you, but I will also kill you. Lin Xian walked to Yan Ryu's side and took out a bottle of spiritual medicine for her to consume. He knew that Yan Ryu had a strong trump card, but this power could not be used easily. Once used, Yan Ryu would fall into a weakened state. Sure enough, Yan Ryu's face was pale without a trace of blood. Don't worry, leave the rest to me. Lin Xian said softly and then walked up. Yan Ryu nodded and looked at the other party's back, feeling very relieved. Yan Nantian, I didn't expect you to be so reckless. I was thinking of where to find you, but you actually delivered yourself to me. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite. Lin Xian pulled out the Great Destruction Spear, and an extremely terrifying and fierce aura spread out. That was the Great Destruction Spear, and he was Lin Wudi. A scream rang out. After hearing this, the people from Eight Wind Palace felt their scalps go numb, and they almost fainted from fright. Lin Wudi, the person in front of them, was the first on the Vermilion Bird list, the powerful existence who defeated Yan Nantian. They had actually wanted to make a move against such a person. Thinking of this, they felt a lingering fear, and their bodies were drenched in cold sweat. Fortunately, Yan Nantian had come halfway. Otherwise, they would probably be dead by now. Kid, my strength has increased greatly now, so I'm not afraid of you. If you have the ability, don't let that woman make a move. Let's fight alone. Yan Nantian was now very afraid of Yan Ryu. Lin Xian smiled. Don't worry, when we fight, they won't make a move. However, I'm curious. Where did you get the confidence to fight me now? I've killed you more than once. If you didn't have the Emperor Regeneration Talisman, you would have been killed by now. I want to see how many of them you have. Speaking of this, Lin Xian pushed the Great Destruction Spear, and streaks of terrifying sword chi flew out. Each streak was incomparably shocking, and it was as if the heavenly lightning had struck down. In an instant, the front was drowned by countless streaks of sword chi, forming a chaotic scene. In the distance, Huang Jiao and the others were terrified. These streaks of sword chi were too terrifying. The power on them made their hearts tremble even though they were so far away. They probably couldn't block even one of them. Humph. Yan Nantian snorted coldly, and his face darkened. The four divine illusions suddenly expanded, as if they had turned into four divine mountains, surrounding him and suppressing everything. They blocked the terrifying streaks of sword chi. This defense was strong, and it carried a heavy force that suppressed everyone until they couldn't breathe. Even the North Demon and the Dark Red Divine Dragon's expressions changed drastically. Damn it, compared to half a year ago, the other party was stronger. Yan Nanshan's improvement speed was too fast. The four divine beasts collided with the endless streaks of sword chi, piercing through everything. I've said it before. The current me is no longer the same as before. I lost to you back then, but I definitely won't lose again.